we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT, unite to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below to self or start recording. Then he said they get to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the store. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. 246BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
As Afro-Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this guy larking. Wanna fighting like dogs that barking. I'm about to yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the store. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the word reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BayesianVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bayesian Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BayesianVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
a country of nearly 12 million people in the Caribbean, is on the brink of total state collapse. Around 200 different heavily armed gangs have managed to seize control over large swaths of the country's territory, and are operating with near impunity, while some of the more heavily armed gangs that are more similar to paramilitaries have managed to seize control over as much as 90% of Haiti's capital and largest city, Port-au-Prince. These gangs have been able to completely overpower what little is left in the country of the former Haitian government. Some of the larger and more heavily armed ones have even managed to establish roadblocks and checkpoints between Port-au-Prince and the country's largest airport, and between Port-au-Prince and the country's primary maritime ports and oil terminals. By doing so, they have, in effect, become capable of holding the entire country as a hostage, by dominating Haiti's access to the outside world and access to imports of crucial supplies and oil. There's hardly even a Haitian government left in the country to speak of that's actually capable of fighting back against them, because there aren't even any elected government officials remaining in the country at all now. The most recently elected president of Haiti, Jovenel Moïse, was assassinated 2.5 years ago now, back in July of 2021, by still unidentified gunmen who raided his own private residence. In fact, no elections of any kind have been held in Haiti since 2016, nearly 8 years ago now. As before Moïse was assassinated, he chose to continually delay the Haitian elections that were supposed to take place in 2019. His choice to delay those elections, along with corruption allegations and a worsening economy in the island nation, led to mass protests against him that ultimately culminated in his assassination in July of 2021, under deeply suspicious circumstances. The gunmen who murdered him are assumed to continue remaining at large, while Haiti's own governmental investigation into the matter has been extremely slow-going, a fact that appears very suspicious when you consider that merely 2 days before Moïse was assassinated, Moïse had appointed a man named Ariel Henry to become the country's next prime minister. Then, 2 days later, Moïse was killed in his home, and Ariel Henry rose to power as Haiti's new acting prime minister, without ever being ratified by the country's Senate. After taking over, Henry has also continually delayed elections in the country for the past 2.5 years, meaning that since no new president has ever been elected and every single member in the Senate's terms have all been allowed to expire, Henry has been acting as Haiti's de facto leader this whole entire time, without ever being elected or approved by the Senate to do so. There have been multiple accusations ever since that Henry was directly involved in the plot to assassinate Moïse so that he could seize power in the country for himself, including accusations that have come from Haiti's chief prosecutor. And then, nearly 2 months after Moïse's suspicious assassination rocked Haiti politically, a devastating 7.2 magnitude earthquake struck Haiti's Tiburon Peninsula in August of 2021 that would rock Haiti even further. That disaster would kill around 2,250 people in the country and injure more than 12,000 others, and would also cause up to $1.7 billion in economic destruction for Haiti, representing about 8% of the entire Haitian nominal GDP at the time. So, if you're following, in the span of just 2 months across the summer of 2021, Haiti witnessed their elected president get assassinated, then a catastrophic earthquake that caused significant financial and human destruction, and on top of those, a new unelected and unratified leader who rose to power under these circumstances, and who became immediately viewed by the majority of Haitians as completely illegitimate. It was the perfect opportunity for many of Haiti's heavily armed gangs, many of which consisted of former members of the Haitian police, to begin seizing advantage of the power vacuum and the chaos to carve out their own areas of influence through force. Violence of all kinds within Haiti has therefore skyrocketed ever since 2021, largely as a result of the gang war that has been raging across the country's capital city, with the United Nations reporting that more than 3,000 people in Haiti have been killed by gang violence in 2023 alone, a statistic that makes the current conflict going on in Haiti one of the most violent ongoing conflicts in the entire world right now, with a comparable number of deaths from warfare in 2023 as happened in Yemen. As a result, in July of 2023, the Biden administration in the United States urged all American citizens to immediately leave from Haiti and to not travel to the country under any circumstances until further notice, as Haiti continues to collapse into increasingly violent anarchy. Moreover, since the current crisis in Haiti exploded in mid-2021, well over 100,000 Haitians have fled from their country as refugees and risked their lives either by traveling to South America and then trekking by foot through the notoriously dangerous Darien Gap northwards to the United States, or have embarked towards U.S. territory directly by whatever makeshift boats or water-capable crafts they've been able to get their hands on, which has recently made Haitians one of the largest nationalities of people being encountered by the United States Border Patrol ever since, due to the fact that the various gangs in Haiti currently control an estimated 90% of the capital and largest city in the country, and the government has completely lost its monopoly on force, the unelected Ariel Henry administration has been repeatedly requesting and at times pleading for a foreign armed intervention into the country to crush the power of the gangs and to restore the power and authority of the government across the whole country. After which, Henry has promised to finally host the terminally delayed elections in Haiti again. On the 2nd of October 2023, his frequent requests for this foreign intervention were finally granted, after the United Nations Security Council passed a resolution authorizing yet another armed intervention into Haiti. As the details currently stand now, as of December 2023, the United States will be largely funding the intervention with more than $100 million, while the East African nation of Kenya will be taking the lead of the intervention with boots on the ground. They will be deploying at least 1,000 of their own police officers and soldiers to Haiti, with the objective of destroying the gang's control over the capital and restoring the authority of the Haitian government. And they'll be assisted by smaller numbers of troops deployed from the neighboring Caribbean countries of Jamaica, the Bahamas, and Antigua and Barbuda. But this latest intervention into Haiti going on right now is only the most recent one in a very, very long history of foreign interventions into the country that have gone back centuries. None of which have ever succeeded in establishing the conditions to prevent another intervention from becoming necessary again in the future. Out of the past 108 years of history, going back to 1915, Haiti has seen the presence of foreign troops deployed to its soil for 41 of those years, or about 38% of the time, including very recently in 1994, and then again between 2004 and 2019, and soon to be yet again in 2023 and likely 2024 until who knows when. Always in the name of securing the peace in the country and achieving political stability, and yet never actually succeeding in doing so. The current crisis going on in Haiti is, however, arguably the worst in the country's entire modern history, as Haiti currently stands on the precipice of becoming the only truly failed state in the Western Hemisphere, on a par with the likes of Myanmar, Sudan, or Afghanistan, as measured by 2023's edition of the Fragile States Index. And as Haiti collapses further into anarchy and violence, and the United Nations intervention led by Kenya and funded by the United States comes to try and restore order to the country again, Haiti's only geographic neighbor by land right next door, the Dominican Republic, or DR, is building a new Great Wall along their entire length of shared border to separate themselves from the Haitians even more than they already are. The Dominicans began the wall's construction in February of 2023, as the gang war in Haiti was escalating, and when it's finished, it will be the second longest wall anywhere in the Americas, remaining only behind the length of the US-Mexico border wall. It'll be 4 meters high and made up of 20-centimeter thick concrete, and topped with metal mesh to prevent people from climbing over it. More than 70 watchtowers are planned to be constructed along the wall, while dozens of gates will be built into it to enable Dominican soldiers to carry out patrols. The wall will include drones, cameras, radars, motion sensors, and fiber optic cables for communications that are all designed to block anyone the Dominicans don't want from the Haitian side from being able to cross over the border. And once it's completed, the wall will effectively transform Haiti and the Dominican Republic into 2 completely separate islands, despite them each sharing the same geographic island. And despite the fact that they've shared this same island for centuries, the Dominican Republic and Haiti ended up experiencing radically different destinies, and even without the wall, the two may as well already be in completely different worlds. In nominal terms, the Dominican Republic's economy is 4.5 times larger than Haiti's, while in purchasing power parity terms, the Dominican Republic's economy is 7 times larger than Haiti's, despite the two countries having a roughly comparable population. This further means that when it comes to GDP per capita, Dominicans are on average 5 to 8 times wealthier than Haitians are next door, with citizens of the Dominican Republic being more comparable to countries like Serbia or Argentina, and citizens of Haiti being more comparable to countries like Rwanda and Uganda. In terms of poverty, about 58% of Haitians live on less than $3.65 a day, making Haiti one of only 6 countries worldwide outside of sub-Saharan Africa where the majority of the population continues to live under poverty. By comparison, only 4.3% of the Dominican Republic's population still lives in poverty, while Dominicans also live around a decade longer than Haitians do. 98% of the Dominican Republic's population have access to electricity, while only 47% of Haitians do, which, once again, makes Haiti one of only 2 countries anywhere in the world outside of sub-Saharan Africa where the majority of the population still doesn't have any access to electricity. Haiti is on the brink of becoming a failed state, with runaway violence, and is one of the most hopelessly impoverished countries in the world, while the Dominican Republic right next door is on the cusp of transitioning into a high-income, fully developed country by the end of the decade in 2030. If Haiti remains more or less in the same state as it is now by then, There will probably be no other greater disparity in the entire world across borders by levels of development and income, other than the Saudi and Oman borders with Yemen and the South Korea-Russia-China borders with North Korea. So how did this very unique situation on this island develop in the first place? Why did Haiti and the Dominican Republic, despite existing together on the same island for centuries and having a very comparable current population size, end up so vastly different from one another and so separate from each other? Some of the factors that explain this difference today are historical reasons, but they don't explain the whole picture. You see, the island that they both exist on, Hispaniola, was initially colonized by the Spanish, but it was first legally divided in 1697 by the Treaty of Ryswick that formally established a Spanish colony in the eastern two-thirds of the island and a French colony in the western third, though the borders between them were slightly different than they are today. From the very beginning of this division of the island, though, the French and the Spanish treated their separate colonies on either side radically differently. The Spanish ended up pursuing a policy that was more focused on settler colonialism over on their side, with more limited amounts of slavery by the standards of the time. By the end of the 18th century, the modern Dominican Republic, still under Spanish colonial rule, only had a population of about 104,000 people, only 30,000 of whom were enslaved people from Africa. And meanwhile, the French over on their side of the island treated things extremely different. They pursued a policy of historically enormous exploitation, the likes of which have hardly ever been seen before or since. It's estimated that across the 18th century alone, the French forcibly transported approximately 800,000 Africans from their continent to modern-day Haiti as slaves, a figure that represents nearly double the number of African slaves brought to the entire North American continent during the entirety of the North Atlantic slave trade. By 1789, on the eve of the French Revolution, it's estimated that Haiti's population was around 556,000 people, which was a little more than 5 times the total population of the neighboring Spanish colonial Dominican Republic. But only 32,000 of the people who lived in Haiti at that time were European whites. There were an additional 24,000 freed people of color and an estimated 500,000 Africans and their descendants bound in the chains of slavery, outnumbering their white colonial masters by a ratio of nearly 16 to 1. France used all of these slaves as their labor source to work across the vast sugar and coffee plantations that they set up all across the island, which for a time made Haiti the most lucrative and financially valuable colony in the entire world, for the people who actually dominated it so ruthlessly. By 1789, roughly half of all the sugar and coffee that was being consumed in Europe came from the slave plantations of Haiti, and they helped to make the French kingdom the wealthiest in Europe at the time. Haiti would also become independent decades before the Dominican Republic would, and through far more violent circumstances. In the midst of the chaos of the French Revolution, the slaves of Haiti, who vastly outnumbered their colonial masters, rose up in a violent revolution of their own in 1791. Across the next 13 years, both the Haitian slaves and the colonial French engaged in a brutal genocidal war of annihilation against the other, wherein an estimated 200,000 Haitians would die, and virtually the entire colonial white population of Haiti would be either killed themselves or driven out of the country never to return. By 1804, the French had given up and retreated from their former colony, but they, along with the vast majority of the rest of the outside world, continued refusing to recognize Haiti's independence for decades. And although Haiti had paid dearly with blood for their sovereignty between 1791 and 1804, they weren't finished paying for their sovereignty with treasure yet, and they wouldn't be for a very long time. In 1825, French warships showed up outside the Haitian capital, Port-au-Prince. They gave the Haitians only 2 options. One, they could accept a deal in which France would finally recognize Haiti's independence in exchange for Haiti agreeing to financially compensate France for their loss of property experienced during the Haitian Revolution, including France's loss of their hundreds of thousands of former slaves, which France asserted was 150 million francs. Haiti could either accept this backwards deal or refuse and take option 2, war, and then the French warships sitting in the harbor would simply blow up everything they could in Port-au-Prince. With a gun pointed to their head, Haiti selected option 1 and agreed to pay their former colonial slave masters for their own freedom that they had already paid for with blood. The debt became known as the French Indemnity, and although France would technically later reduce the amount owed by the Haitians to 90 million francs, the indemnity economically hobbled Haiti for more than a century afterwards as they struggled paying it back. With meager resources of their own and a continued lack of international recognition beyond France that limited their trade opportunities, the Haitians were in no financial position to pay back France's indemnity that was forced upon them. They then resorted to several desperate measures to help pay back the debt that included cutting down massive amounts of their own trees for their timber in order to sell to the French, which contributed greatly to Haiti's modern catastrophic deforestation problem. And then, with no recognition by the United States or from other European powers, Haiti was then forced into taking out several predatory loans from French banks to help pay off their original 1825 indemnity that was forced upon them by the French government, which transformed their original debt into effectively a double debt. The original indemnity plus all of the interest on the loans that they were then forced to take out in order to pay the original indemnity. Haiti's government coffers remained depleted and empty for decades and decades as they continually made attempts to pay off this debt, and the French continually threatened to bomb their ports if they didn't pay. By the 1880s, the Haitian double debt was acquired by the modern CIC bank that is still headquartered in Paris today, while the payments continued. CIC created Haiti's first central bank in 1880, but it was a bank that they owned as a front for their own financial interests in Haiti. The central bank was owned by CIC instead of by the Haitian government itself. And then, the precursor of today's Citibank, headquartered in New York, acquired a stake in the Haitian central bank and the Haitian double debt in the early 20th century. By the 1920s, Citibank had bought out or outmaneuvered the other European shareholders in the Haitian central bank, and so all of Haiti's double debt repayments on the original 1825 French indemnity began flowing to Wall Street afterwards. Citibank was then able to use its control over the Haitian central bank to impose tens of millions of dollars of additional predatory loans on the country in order to service their original 1825 indemnity, a situation that American communists at the time described as transforming Haiti into an American slave colony. It wasn't until 1935 that the Haitian central bank gained its actual independence from Citibank. And it wasn't until 1947 that Haiti managed to finally pay off the double debt that had been originally imposed on them by France 122 years previously. In total, the Haitians ended up paying a total of 112 million francs on their double debt, or about $570 million in today's money. This siphoning off of Haiti's meager resources to banks in France and in the United States over more than a century prevented the Haitians from being able to use that money to invest in themselves with things like better infrastructure, education, or healthcare services. In 2022, the New York Times released a landmark investigation into the lasting legacy of this double debt forced upon Haitian society and concluded that had all of that money stayed within Haiti from the very beginning and was used for their own development and compounded over the past 2 centuries of history since then, it would have been worth a minimum of approximately $21 billion in today's money, and potentially as much as $115 billion by other estimates. After the Dominican Republic gained their own independence, they would never face this same kind of debt problem that was forced upon them by their former colonial overlords that lasted well into the mid-20th century, and so they would have greater opportunities to invest resources into themselves from earlier on. But that's still only a part of the full explanation into how they became so different today in the 21st century. You see, the Dominican Republic achieved its first independence from Spain in 1821 under much better circumstances than Haiti achieved theirs from France. But immediately afterwards, Haiti decided to invade and conquer the Dominican Republic just the following year in 1822, 3 years before the double debt was forced upon them by France. After the double debt was forced on them, the Haitians attempted to then force the Dominicans they had conquered to help pay it off by levying very high taxes on them. The Haitians would end up occupying the Dominican Republic for a total of 22 years as they attempted to incorporate the entire island under the rule of Haiti, an occupation that is remembered within the Dominican Republic today as a particularly brutal and dark period in their history that continues to negatively influence Dominican Republic-Haiti relations to this day. Eventually, the Dominican Republic was able to fight off their Haitian occupiers in 1844 after 22 years of control. But the Haitians refused to recognize their independence and would launch 4 more military invasions into the Dominican Republic until they were finally decisively defeated for good in 1856. It wouldn't be all the way until 1867 that Haiti would finally recognize the Dominican Republic's independence and abandon their ambition to dominate the entire island. From there, the two sides of the same island experienced fairly similar histories for a very long time. Although the Dominican Republic didn't have the same exact kind of debt issues that Haiti had, both were impoverished and politically unstable countries susceptible to violence and authoritarian dictatorships for decades. For a time, the United States even invaded and occupied both of them for very similar reasons, ensuring that both of their debts continued being paid to Wall Street. Citibank was able to convince the United States to invade and occupy Haiti in 1915, while the Dominican Republic was invaded and occupied by American troops the following year in 1916. For 7 years, the United States occupied the entirety of Hispaniola and meddled around with the border further to create the modern boundary between Haiti and the Dominican Republic that we know today. The United States withdrew from the Dominican Republic in 1924, but continued occupying Haiti for the next decade until 1934, representing a 19-year-long occupation of Haiti by the United States, and representing one of the longest foreign occupations in all of American history. All as Citibank was able to expand its economic control over the country and impose new predatory loans on the Haitian government in the process. Then, after the United States withdrew from both countries, the Dominican Republic and Haiti alike experienced long periods of authoritarian dictatorial rule that saw little economic progress being made for decades. The Dominican Republic came under the control of a former general named Rafael Trujillo in 1930, just 6 years after the Americans left the country, while Haiti eventually coalesced under the control of another dictator named Francois Duvalier in 1957. Trujillo's police state in the Dominican Republic lasted for 31 years until he was assassinated in 1961, leading to another period of chaos in the Dominican Republic that culminated with a civil war in the country blowing up in 1965. Then, fearful of the communist regime in Cuba's ability to influence the civil war and flip the Dominican Republic into another Caribbean communist state, the United States intervened directly in the Dominican Civil War and found itself occupying the Dominican Republic again. But, after that, the United States was able to organize elections in the country in 1966 and withdrew the same year. And there has never been another foreign intervention or occupation of the Dominican Republic ever since. The situation in Haiti, meanwhile, turned out very differently. Haiti was dominated by Francois Duvalier and his own authoritarian police state until his own death in 1971. But unlike Trujillo's long regime in the Dominican Republic that collapsed immediately after his death, the Duvalier regime in Haiti survived with the succession of Francois Duvalier's son, Jean-Claude Duvalier, who continued ruling the country as an authoritarian police state for the next 15 years, up until 1986 when he was finally overthrown by a coup d'etat. During these 29 years that the Duvalier regime survived in Haiti, it was consistently supported and propped up by the United States because of the Duvalier's harsh anti-communist policies that Washington saw as vital to counterbalancing communist Cuba in the Caribbean only 50 miles away from Haiti. Communist activities within Haiti were punishable by the death penalty under the Duvaliers, and as many as 60,000 Haitians were killed by their secret police. So, ultimately, while the Dominican Republic emerged from their authoritarian dictatorship and civil war period in 1966, Haiti wouldn't end up emerging from their dictatorship period until 20 years later in 1986, and they've never been able to emerge from their chaotic period afterwards. Up to the point of 1966, when the Dominican Republic successfully held elections and the United States withdrew from the country, the Dominican Republic and Haiti were basically two sides of the same coin. Both were highly impoverished and underdeveloped with very similarly sized economies, very similar incomes, very similar population sizes, and both had been isolated from the outside world for decades because of long-standing authoritarian dictatorships and/or continuous political instability that had long scared away foreign investment. But then, things started changing for the Dominican Republic in the late 1960s and early 1970s, as the country began successfully reforming itself, becoming more democratic, more stable, and steadily opening up more to trade with the outside world. It's at this moment that when you compare the graphs of inflation-adjusted GDP per capita between the Dominican Republic and Haiti, that you begin to see the Dominican Republic finally start rapidly accelerating away from Haiti. And the strange part about this graph is that the absolute all-time high of Haiti's GDP per capita to date was actually back during the repressive Duvalier dictatorship period all the way back in 1980. Ever since then, for more than 40 years now, Haiti's GDP per capita has either decreased continually or remained largely stagnant, while the Dominican Republic's has continually exploded upwards. So, clearly, while deep historical factors have played a role in Haiti's crippling poverty and instability today, the very clear economic divergence between Haiti and the Dominican Republic didn't actually start happening until fairly recently after 1968. And there are probably many reasons for that. For one, foreign investors like investing in countries that are politically stable over ones that are not. And Haiti has continued being chronically unstable ever since 1986. After the repressive 29-year-long Duvalier regime was overthrown that year, the Haitian military established a transitional regime until the first open and free elections in Haitian history were held in 1990, which resulted in the first election of Jean-Bertrand Aristide, the first democratically elected leader of Haiti's modern history. However, he was only able to serve as the country's president for 7 months until September of 1991, when the military decided to launch another coup and overthrow him, which led to the Clinton administration in the United States to initiate an economic blockade of Haiti with new trade restrictions that impoverished the country even further. And then eventually, the Clinton administration authorized a new American military intervention into the country in 1994 to topple the military junta from power and restore Aristide back to the presidency. The United States sent 2 aircraft carriers to Haiti and more than 20,000 troops during Operation Uphold Democracy in 1994. And then, faced with this overwhelming firepower, the Haitian military junta collapsed and conceded power to avoid a war they knew they would lose. Aristide was then reinstated as the country's president, and then he would win re-election again for another term in 2001. But then, after the United States military intervened to restore him to power, and after Aristide won his next election again in 2001, he would end up doing something that would really piss off both the United States and France. He didn't start committing massive human rights violations, he didn't start any wars, or start any trade disputes. What he did was far worse. He had the gall in 2003 to become the first, and so far only, leader in Haiti's entire history to formally demand that reparations be paid to Haiti from France over the indemnity and the double debt that they had forced upon them all the way back in 1825. Aristide demanded that France pay Haiti nothing less than $21 billion in reparations, a figure that was at the time more than 4 times greater than the entire Haitian GDP. Within only months of him making this demand, far-right paramilitary rebels in Haiti began launching an extremely successful rebellion in the country, and some of these rebels had allegedly received previous training from US Special Forces. By February of 2004, these rebels had captured Haiti's 4th and 2nd largest cities, and they were beginning to lay siege to the capital, Port-au-Prince. As the rebels began breaking into and sacking the capital on the 29th of February, diplomatic security service officers from the United States arrived at the Haitian presidential palace. And what followed next between them is unclear and deeply controversial. According to most American government officials, Aristide chose to then voluntarily resign as Haiti's president and wanted to escape from the country as the rebels broke into the capital. He allegedly agreed to be transferred to Haiti's primary airport, escorted by US security personnel, where he then boarded a plane and was flown directly to the Central African Republic to live a new life in exile. However, there are tons of conflicting accounts as to what exactly happened. According to Aristide himself, the American officials who came to him on that morning pressured him into immediately resigning, saying that if he didn't, the rebels would break into the palace and murder him and his entire family. Aristide claimed that he was forced to resign, then kidnapped by American forces, taken at gunpoint to the airport, and then flown out without any knowledge of where he was actually going, where the French managed to convince the Central African Republic to accept him live on the plane as the events were continuing to happen, where he was then forcibly flown into exile against his will. These allegations from Aristide have also been pretty heavily supported by the actions of the Americans and the French that surrounded the timeline of his removal from power. Very notably, the United Nations Security Council, of which France and the United States are each permanent members, rejected an appeal from the Caribbean community on the 26th of February 2004 that would have sent international peacekeeping forces to Haiti to stop the rebellion before Aristide had actually resigned. Then, only 3 days later on the 29th of February, merely hours after Aristide had resigned under these dubious circumstances, the United Nations Security Council suddenly voted unanimously with both French and American approvals to authorize an armed intervention into Haiti. Immediately after Aristide's resignation and exile, Haiti's Supreme Court Chief Justice named Boniface Alexander succeeded him as the acting interim president. And, wouldn't you know it, Alexander also immediately withdrew Haiti's demand for the $21 billion worth of reparations from France that Aristide had made himself only months previously. And no official Haitian government demands on the reparations have been made ever since. The very next day, 1,000 U.S. Marines were suddenly deployed to Haiti to restore order, while French, Canadian, and Chilean troops came the following morning. 18 years later, in 2022, a damning report released by the New York Times, including direct testimony from the former French ambassador who was serving to Haiti back then in 2004, concluded that the events of February 2004 in Haiti amounted to nothing less than a coup d'etat sponsored by France and the United States to overthrow the democratically elected government of Jean-Bertrand Aristide in order to crush Haiti's demands for $21 billion worth of reparations from France. Then, after Aristide was pushed into exile in Africa, the United States passed over the responsibility of maintaining the peace in Haiti to the French and then later to the Brazilians as the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Haiti, better known by its French acronym as MINUSTAH. Led by the Brazilians for nearly all of its history, MINUSTAH was initially tasked with simply restoring law and order and democracy to Haiti by creating the conditions required to host new elections again. But MINUSTAH and thousands of foreign troops from all over the world would remain in Haiti all the way until 2019, 15 years later after they had arrived. As Haiti's stability always seemed forever out of reach, mission creep set in, and more disasters kept befalling the chronically unfortunate people of Haiti. You see, across the 1990s and 2000s, it was continuous political disasters, coups, rebellions, and foreign interventions that kept hobbling Haiti's ability to develop. Events that were all nearly absent within the Dominican Republic. But in the next decade across the 2010s, it would become Haiti's unique geographic problems that would contribute more to the pace of continuous disasters holding the country back. Because while thousands of foreign troops in Haiti under MINUSTAH could change Haiti's political stability through force, they could do nothing to alter Haiti's geographic instability. You see, despite being located on the same island, Haiti and the Dominican Republic do have some very notably different geographic quirks about them. While some people have speculated in the past that the rainfall levels are higher in the Dominican Republic and that contributes to better agricultural potential, that's not actually really true. Rainfall levels across both sides of the island are fairly consistent, and if anything, the Haitian side actually receives a little more rainfall than the Dominican side does. With abundant rainfall, warm temperatures year-round, and fairly good soils, both sides of the island naturally possess a very strong capability for agriculture. It's why Haiti was the epicenter of the global sugar and coffee industries back during the colonial era. Both sides of the island have also experienced very similar demographic growth rates since the start of the 1950s. In 1961, at the end of the Trujillo dictatorship in the Dominican Republic, Haiti's population was roughly 4 million, while the Dominican Republic's was about 3.4 million. 40 years later, by 2001, the Dominican Republic's population more than doubled to about 8.7 million, while Haiti's would roughly double as well to about 8.5 million. While both would keep on growing from there at similar rates to their current populations in 2023, of about 11.8 million people in Haiti and 11.3 million people in the Dominican Republic. However, despite the two having very similar levels of demographic growth and very similar total population sizes, Haiti is only about half of the Dominican Republic's geographic size, which means that Haiti has always been significantly more densely populated than the Dominican Republic has been. In fact, out of all the countries in the world today with more than 1 million people, Haiti is one of the most densely populated anywhere, with an average density that's roughly identical to the Netherlands. Other than little Barbados, Haiti is the most densely populated country in the Western Hemisphere today, with a significantly higher density than all of its immediate neighbors. But density all on its own doesn't imply poverty. In fact, higher population densities appear to correlate more with greater wealth generation worldwide, not less. Out of the top 15 densest countries with more than 1 million people in the world, roughly half of them are considered to be highly developed economies. Most of them are fairly middle of the road, and only 3 of them are considered to be least developed countries. And only Haiti among those 3 is located outside of sub-Saharan Africa. Within Haiti's unique geographic setting, however, higher population density works against it, in the sense that Haiti is also one of the most uniquely vulnerable locations in the world to frequent natural disasters of many different kinds. Both sides of Hispaniola are very frequently battered by tropical storms and hurricanes. islands, being that Hispaniola is placed in the Western Atlantic and the Caribbean, which is one of the most hurricane-prone locations in the world. Devastating and powerful hurricanes have rocked both Haiti and the Dominican Republic all throughout their histories. But Haiti has evolved over time to become more vulnerable to these storms for two very big reasons. First, Haiti's population is obviously far more concentrated than within the Dominican Republic, which makes them more vulnerable to higher levels of damage whenever these storms hit the island. And second, Haiti has a serious deforestation problem that the neighboring Dominican Republic simply doesn't have. Haiti cut down huge amounts of their forests to sell to the French and the Americans across the 19th and 20th centuries to help pay off their double debt. While more recently, it was eventually found that Hispaniola has practically zero coal, oil, or natural gas resources. And that's meant that for their entire modern histories, both Haiti and the Dominican Republic have had to import virtually the entirety of the fossil fuels that they've consumed. And both continue relying on these imports very heavily. Haiti continues to generate 80% of their electricity with these imported fossil fuels, while the Dominican Republic generates 85% of their electricity with them. And both continue to overwhelmingly rely on imported gasoline for their transportation sectors. But because the Dominican Republic has been a more politically stable source of foreign investment ever since the 1970s, the Dominican Republic has been able to attract greater foreign investment than Haiti has, and so they have a significantly more developed electricity grid than Haiti does. While the Dominican Republic's electricity grid is far from perfect and still subject to occasional blackouts, more than 98% of the Dominican population has regular access to electricity as of 2021, while only 47% of Haitians have regular access to electricity. Haiti is therefore one of only 2 countries worldwide outside of sub-Saharan Africa where the majority of people still don't have any access to electricity, the only other one being Papua New Guinea and Oceania. And because of this, the majority of Haitians continue relying instead on burning wood for charcoal as their primary source of energy, which has also obviously exacerbated what was Haiti's already bad deforestation problem. As of 2023, it's currently estimated that because of these factors, only about 12% of Haiti's land continues to be covered by forest, which is down from about 60% forest cover only a century ago back in 1923. The neighboring Dominican Republic right next door, however, continues to have about 44% of its much larger landmass covered by forests. This huge difference between them becomes extremely evident when you look at the border between them today, which, even without the wall that's currently being constructed between them, is one of the most obvious political borders anywhere in the world to spot from the air or from space, because the Haitian side has virtually zero trees whatsoever, while the Dominican Republic side is still covered by thick forests. The trees literally begin and end precisely where the Dominican Republic begins and ends. Haiti's deforestation problem then further increases the country's vulnerability to hurricanes and tropical storms because, without all of the trees and their deep roots planted in the soil, Haiti's soil is much more vulnerable to erosion. And so, when hurricanes and tropical storms hit the island, the Haitian side experiences more catastrophic floods, landslides, and mudslides than the Dominican side does. And so, because of its much greater population density and its much worse deforestation problem, Haiti is more vulnerable to destruction from hurricanes than the Dominican Republic is, despite them each being present on the same exact island. But Haiti also has another extremely serious geographic handicap that is largely absent in the neighboring Dominican Republic: the existence of very active tectonic fault lines that run directly through their most densely populated areas. You see, the island of Hispaniola exists at the geologic intersection of the North American tectonic plate to the north and the Caribbean tectonic plate to the south. 2 major fault lines run across the island in the south and the north. And when you overlay a map of the island's population density and political borders over these fault lines, you begin to see the major problem. Haiti is more than twice as densely populated as the Dominican Republic, and the most densely populated part of the country is located precisely along this southern fault line. The Dominican Republic has a more spread out population, and the Dominican Republic's biggest city, Santo Domingo, is safely located in the southeast of the island, far away from both of the fault lines. And across recent history, this northern fault line has been the more dormant of the two, with very few notable events over the past several centuries. This has meant that the Dominican Republic's second largest city, Santiago de los Caballeros, has been spared from any very big earthquakes, just like the Dominican Republic's largest city has been as well. And then, on the other hand, Haiti has not been as fortunate. It appears that the southern fault line that runs through the island goes through alternating periods of intense seismic activity and long dormant periods in between. It was very active during the French and Spanish colonial periods and caused frequent devastating earthquakes back then. But then, it remained largely dormant for a very long period of 240 years, until the unfortunate year of 2010 came around. In between that time, the Haitian people started caring less about a potential future earthquake that might or might not have happened during their lifetimes, and started caring more about the frequent hurricanes that battered them nearly every single year. And so, they began building their homes out of concrete and cinder blocks that were better at resisting the strong winds of hurricanes in comparison to homes built out of wood, that would have been better at resisting the tremors of an earthquake. And then, in 2010, after 240 years of dormancy, the southern fault line unleashed a catastrophic earthquake that shook the nation of Haiti to their core. The epicenter of the quake struck merely 16 miles away from Haiti's capital and largest city, Port-au-Prince. The homes that were poorly built with cement and cinder blocks to resist hurricanes came crashing down, and an estimated 250,000 Haitians lost their lives, making the 2010 Haiti earthquake the single deadliest natural disaster of the entire 21st century so far, and something that the neighboring Dominican Republic was almost completely spared from. And in addition to killing around 250,000 people in Haiti, the 2010 earthquake caused an estimated $8.5 billion in economic damage to the country as well, a figure that represented nearly 3/4 of the entire Haitian GDP at the time. The Brazilian-led MINUSTA, still present in Haiti from the 2004 rebellion and coup, was forced into extending their stay for longer in the country in order to deal with the sheer apocalyptic scale of the humanitarian disaster after 2010. And then, almost immediately after the earthquake ravaged Haiti, disaster struck the country yet again. Foreign aid workers from all around the world came to Haiti after the earthquake to assist with the United Nations response and recovery efforts. But it's believed that only months after the earthquake happened, United Nations peacekeepers from Nepal who came to assist MINUSTA in Haiti accidentally introduced cholera to the country, a bacterial disease that mostly spreads through unsanitary water and food. The introduction of that disease to Haiti then sparked what also became the deadliest cholera outbreak of the entire 21st century as well. Over the next 9 years, up until 2019, nearly 820,000 people in Haiti would become infected by cholera, while 10,000 of them would die from the disease. And then, as the cholera outbreak was raging and the country was still reeling from the catastrophe of the 2010 earthquake, came Hurricane Matthew in October of 2016, a Category 4 storm that was the third strongest hurricane ever on record to strike Haiti. That storm killed another 546 people in Haiti, caused another $2.8 billion more in economic damages, destroyed more than 200,000 people's homes, and exacerbated the country's still ongoing cholera epidemic even further. MINUSTA would finally withdraw from Haiti in 2019 after 15 years of continuous presence in the country. But the lasting legacies of the 2004 US and French intervention in the country that overthrew the democratically elected president who had demanded reparations from France, and then MINUSTA's subsequent introduction of cholera to Haiti that killed thousands more, all combined to severely damage Haiti's trust in the rest of the outside world. While the failure after failure of the 1994 intervention and the 2004 to 2019 intervention to actually establish stability within Haiti left a bad taste in the mouths of the outside world as well, who didn't really want to try intervening in Haiti again. Haiti's last elected president, Jovenel Moïse, was elected in 2016 as MINUSTA continued remaining in the country. And that would ultimately end up becoming what is to date the final election that's ever been held in the country. Moïse himself repeatedly faced accusations of corruption, and after he started delaying Haiti's parliamentary elections that were supposed to be held in 2019 while MINUSTA withdrew from the country, protests against his administration began growing, and then came his assassination in July of 2021 under the aforementioned deeply suspicious circumstances. And Ariel Henry, who might have had something to do with the assassination, rose to power in his place without any election afterwards. France. And then, only 2 months after Moise's assassination and the rise of Henry, the southern fault line running through Haiti triggered again and caused another catastrophic earthquake in Haiti's Tiburon Peninsula that killed more than 2,200 people and caused another $1.7 billion in estimated economic damage. And that is what established the conditions for the gangs in Haiti to begin carving out their control of about 90% of the country's capital. Haiti's current status as a failing state, and the United Nations deciding that yet another armed intervention into the country was necessary just a few months ago. This time, however, the Biden administration in Washington decided that the United States would not be the one leading the intervention on the ground, because of how badly all of the past several U.S. interventions into the country have all gone. After approaching Canada and Brazil, who each refused to lead the mission, Washington eventually turned to Kenya to lead this latest intervention. Kenya does have significant experience with previous UN peacekeeping operations and, more importantly, the Biden administration was able to convince them to lead this new intervention into Haiti by putting up $100 million worth of funding to cover it, in addition to agreeing on a 5-year defense cooperation agreement with Kenya that offered up unspecified US support for Kenya in their own ongoing war with al-Shabaab in neighboring Somalia. So, in exchange for increased American support fighting against al-Shabaab at home, and knowing that Kenyan soldiers can earn much higher wages as a part of UN peacekeeping operations than they otherwise could within the Kenyan armed forces, Kenya has agreed to lead the charge into Haiti and deploy 1,000 of their own police officers and soldiers as a part of this newest UN intervention. Their mission will be to reclaim the control of Port-au-Prince from the gangs who currently dominate the city and restore the authority back to the Haitian government so that elections, continually delayed ever since 2016, can finally take place again. But doubts abound as to how successful this Kenyan-led intervention into Haiti will actually end up being. There is a very, very long history of corruption in both the Kenyan and the Haitian police forces. There are fears that Kenya's intervention might end up just strengthening the power of one gang in Haiti that happens to have ties to the Haitian government and police that will end up dominating over all of the others. And while the Kenyans, backed by American funding, might be able to restore the Haitian government's security sovereignty, two things that they won't be able to restore to Haiti on their own will be the country's monetary sovereignty and its safety from continued natural disasters. In total, natural disasters in Haiti between 2010 and the present have caused around $14 billion worth of economic damage to the country and have continued hobbling Haiti's ability to develop. While the last time that a major natural disaster hit the Dominican Republic was Hurricane George back in 1998, that caused more than $9.3 billion in damage. But there have been very negligible natural disasters that have happened to the Dominican Republic ever since. Ultimately, without the same deforestation problem, without the same high levels of population density, and without the same levels of crippling economic lost opportunities from the colonial era that Haiti has endured, the Dominican Republic has been much more resistant to earthquakes and hurricanes than Haiti has been. And with much less frequent catastrophic natural disasters and greater political stability, the Dominican Republic has been able to accomplish a lot of things recently that Haiti has never been able to do, like establishing an absolutely booming tourism sector. In 2022, more than 8.5 million tourists visited the Dominican Republic, making it the most popular tourist destination in the entire Caribbean, and even within the top 5 most popular tourist destinations in all of the Americas. Tourism now accounts for nearly 12% of the Dominican Republic's entire GDP, and it's become one of the country's leading industries. But Haiti, because of its terrible poverty, frequent disasters, and chronic internal instability and violence, has long struggled to attract the same levels of tourism as its neighbor. As recently as 2018, though, Haiti was still able to successfully pull around 1.3 million tourists to the country, and earned around $620 million in the process. But ever since the COVID-19 pandemic began and this most recent crisis in the country began in 2021, tourism to Haiti has crashed to a virtual standstill. That year in 2021, a mere 148,000 tourists visited Haiti, and they generated only $80 million in revenue for the country. And that's in comparison to the 8.5 million tourists who visited the Dominican Republic in 2022. Haiti's got many of the same geographic, historic, and cultural appeals to tourism that the Dominican Republic has, but it just has the chronic instability, poverty, and natural disaster issues that the Dominican Republic doesn't. And so, tourism towards the Dominican Republic continues growing year after year in a sort of positive feedback loop, while tourism towards Haiti continues crashing year after year in a more sort of negative feedback loop. which has been expanding the wealth gap between the Dominican Republic and Haiti even further. And while neither side has any major fossil fuel resources, the Dominican Republic has had far more mineral wealth discovered than Haiti has, which includes the location of what's literally the largest and most profitable gold mine in all of Latin America, and the 13th largest gold mine discovered in the entire world, the Pueblo Viejo mine. This single huge gold mine currently represents about 2% of the Dominican Republic's entire GDP now, and it's become the country's single largest corporate taxpayer, having paid more than $2.6 billion in taxes just between 2013 and 2020. By contrast, Haiti has exactly 0 existing mines currently in operation, and there haven't ever been any discoveries made in the country that are as significant as Pueblo Viejo in the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic has been able to use their excess tax revenues from their booming tourism and mining sectors that are absent in Haiti to reinvest aggressively into education, healthcare, and infrastructure in the country, which has then only compounded the Dominican Republic's economic advantages over Haiti even further. And this is all, in a nutshell, why the Dominican Republic has become so much more prosperous than Haiti has. And with yet another foreign intervention into Haiti looming, it's unclear what, if anything, could end up fixing Haiti permanently in the future. Some arguments have been made that in order to fix Haiti for good, the country's economic sovereignty should be finally restored to it, at the same time as the country's security sovereignty is restored. The argument goes that the French government who initially extorted Haiti with the indemnity in 1825, along with the American government and the banks like CIC and Citibank who profited off of the indemnity later, should finally honor the demands made by Jean-Bertrand Aristide in 2003 by setting up a reparations payment to Haiti totaling $21 billion. An amount that is still greater than the entire Haitian GDP. Without it, they argue, Haiti will continue not being able to invest in themselves and develop themselves, and they'll continue being a politically unstable and violent open wound on the Earth's surface that continues causing expensive problems for all of their neighbors down the road, like the Dominican Republic's new border wall, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing towards the United States, that Washington will keep having to deal with. If this next intervention into Haiti only restores the government's sovereignty in a security sense, and not in an economic sense with the reparations, then future costly international interventions into Haiti might continue becoming necessary, as they've ultimately proven to be after every single previous intervention that never attempted to make right the historical wrong done to Haiti in the first place. But the last time that a Haitian head of state demanded these reparations in 2003, it seemingly resulted in a US and French-sponsored coup, his own forced exile to another continent, and 15 years worth of foreign troops on their territory that apparently accomplished so little in all that time that more foreign troops are going back to the country again only 4 years after they left. And, as a result, the future of Haiti has arguably never been in more doubt than it currently is. While the Dominican Republic's future is bright enough that it will likely emerge as a fully developed country by the end of the decade, with a wall resembling a fortress that will separate itself from the completely different universe that will exist over on the island's other side. A frontier that could eventually become as starkly different as the one separating South Korea from North Korea is today. And just like how the Korean peninsula produced 2 very different outcomes today, so too has the island of Hispaniola, for a very, very complex variety of reasons. Engineering a solution to Haiti's many complicated problems is, without a question, one of the most challenging and pressing issues facing the international community today. But our world is full of an inconceivable number of complicated problems that are both big, like Haiti's, and small, like your own personal individual problems. And among those smaller personal problems that you could solve right now is with this video's sponsor, Henson Shaving. Henson makes a razor that exposes the blade by less than the thickness of a human hair. They offered to sponsor this episode, and I asked them to send me a razor to try out and decide for myself. That was about a month ago, and I'm pretty sure that I'll never go back to using my old plastic 3-blade disposable cartridges ever again. I used to think that safety razors like this one were outdated technology, but this Henson razor feels like it came out of a high-end aerospace manufacturing facility. And that's because it did. Before they made razors, Henson built parts for the International Space Station and for the Mars rover. During their research, they found that one of the primary factors that contributes to a good shave is supporting the blade across its entire width, something that cartridge razors simply don't do, and something that the Henson razor excels at doing, which makes the shave with it gentle and non-irritating. And the best part about it is that you'll never even need to replace it. You can literally use one Henson razor for decades, and the only part you'll ever have to replace is the blade itself, which are super cheap and easy to find and only cost pennies. So, while one of these razors is a bit of an investment up front, it will be the final razor that you'll ever need to buy, and it'll start saving you money pretty quickly. If you've ever used any kind of high-quality tool before, you know how nice it feels to use in your hand. This one is no exception, and it's seriously worth a try too if you want to upgrade your shaving experience and ditch the dinky thing that you replace from the grocery store every few weeks. And it makes a perfect gift too. If you visit the link down below in the description or click the button that's here on your screen right now and use the code RealLifeLore at checkout, it will not only greatly help support this channel, but it will also help you get a free 100 pack of blades with the purchase of a razor. And make sure that both the razor and the blades are both in the cart so you can get the deal. And, as always, thank you so much for watching.
Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college, on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up a look yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said I got to start parting.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the sword. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the word reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. cancer no mean say you happy dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Youth chanted patriotic songs after military and policemen prevented them from accessing the Independence Square for a highly anticipated convention convened by the New Africa Foundation, which was featuring prominent thought leaders such as Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, Nigeria's Peter Obi and Julius Malema, which faced unexpected cancellation. As the clock ticked past its scheduled 5 p.m. start time, armed military personnel and the police formed a blockade, preventing hundreds of patrons from accessing the venue. With the event's significance to addressing critical challenges in Africa's development, the present question remains: why was the entry denied, or why was entry denied these space drones, and what implication does this hold for the broader discourse on this particular convention? Well, speakers at the event are currently about holding a press conference to address the latest development. We'll take you there live, but first let's listen to the earlier chants by the youth who had earlier thronged the place. While I'm hearing that, we're live at the press conference where our correspondent James Aveji is there for us.
Beloved continent and way forward. To my right, Honorable Peter Obi, same thing, same message. The world at large, they know that Africa's future is in the hands of our youth. So New Africa Foundation specifically requested us to come and address African youth, starting with the youth in Ghana. And from what I'm hearing, the youth had actually come from all over Africa, and some came from outside Africa, specifically to hear the message of empowerment, the message about our future, the message about the miseducation of not only our youth, but us as Africans, the message about empowering our children and letting them know that now it is the time for us to do what we must do to take our Africa back. For far too long, we have been lied to. For far too long, we have been miseducated. And so as elders, those of the ones who are sitting with me today, and many others, we understand that we have failed our youth. But we do have a responsibility to make it right. And we do know that with our little wisdom and the energy and the intelligence of our youth, together, we can take our Africa in a new direction. That is what we came here to do. And that is what New Africa Foundation has asked us to do. We do know that our leaders cannot lead us on their own. They need all of us. So the message that we were going to deliver to our youth today was the message of hope, the message of resilience, and the message that says the Africa we want can only be built by us for us. And for us to succeed at doing so, we must be united. That the African youth are Africa's future. Without them, there is no future for Africa. And as elders, we have a responsibility to share with them the truth and nothing but the truth. That is the message that we came here to deliver. That is what New Africa Foundation had requested us to do. We may not be at the convention center, but we intend to continue to preach the gospel of truth until we reach the promised land. I have no doubt in my mind that we will get there. Because Africa, the Africans, the people I like to describe as the beautiful, intelligent, sophisticated, highly adaptable, and totally indestructible human beings, the mothers and fathers of humanity, we will get to the promised land. Woo! And that's why we're here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama Africa, Dr. Arikana, for leading the way. The most objective, fearless, and decisive mother we have known in Africa. Before we get to Prof, I'd like to go to your right. Prof, right? Okay, let's have Prof respond to this, and then we can move to your right. Professor Pio.
Thank you very much. My good sister, Dr. Arikana, has spoken for me, and I believe for all of us. We came here to Accra, Ghana, to share our message. It's the message of hope. It's the message that Africa needs at this time. And there is no better place in the continent of Africa to begin that message than Accra, Ghana. It is in this Accra, Ghana that the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah, almost 67 years ago, spoke to the world and told the world that the independence of Ghana meant nothing if the continent of Africa was not free. 67 years later, we were congregating here in Accra in the very same place where the founding fathers and mothers of Ghana congregated to share the message of hope. Invited as we were by the New Africa Foundation, with one single instruction that we have lamented for too long, agonized for too long, and the time is now to organize. That is the innocent message that we came here to deliver. And in a manner totally inexplicable to us, we are not at that venue. But is it not the wise to say, when the world serves you a lemon, ask not for an orange, make yourself lemonade? We are here, therefore, to say that the message will be alive and well. And you who are here, young and old, you are the conduit via which we are now telling the world that the journey of hope continues apace, not only within the continent of Africa, which is the mother continent, but to Africans in the diaspora. I have no doubt in my mind that there is a conspiracy of sorts by the elements that it should happen the way it has happened. So this is not an occasion for lamentation. It is an occasion for redoubling our efforts and our presence here in Accra, Ghana. My good friend, Honorable Obi, my dear sister, Dr. Rikana Chihombri Kwao. This is the occasion for which the English word serendipity was created. It is a serendipitous occasion that heralds a great future for the continent of Africa. So that looking forward, a meeting such as this will happen not only here in Accra, Ghana, but I look forward to a meeting such as this taking place in Ouagadougou, in Burkina, taking place in Dakar, in Senegal, in Nairobi, in Kenya, in Johannesburg, in South Africa, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, because this is about the continent of Africa. And we say this at a time when we know that Africa has promised to herself that we are going to make more intimate our interaction. This is why the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is headquartered here in Accra, Ghana. This Accra, Ghana is where all Africans of goodwill pay homage. Because out of this Accra, Ghana, there was a great son, the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah. Shall be well with Accra, Ghana.
Thank you. Nobody says it with such clarity and courage. Professor PLO understands both the context and the concept, and it's upon the heritage of people like this that the new Africa will definitely be born, no doubt. Before we go to the question, I want to ask one of the most feared man in Nigeria right now, if I would say, Mr. Peter Obi.
Well, after listening to Prof and Doctor, I don't know whether I still have anything to contribute to this. But to your question, our reason for coming to, let me start by thanking the New Africa Foundation for their invitation and organizing this event. Like previous speakers have said, we might not be at the convention, but that will not stop the conversation. We only shifted venue, so the conversation continues. We're in Ghana to start a conversation about Africa. Africa for too long has suffered, and everybody knows the reason why Africa has suffered. People can try to present it in different stages. The Prof speaks about it every day. Africa has been going through what it's going through because of what I always say, that it is due to one problem: leadership. It is failed leadership over the years that brought Africa where it is. I want to start a conversation because of what Dr. Arikana has said, talking to the youth of Africa. No continent in the world today have the potential of Africa. Not one. We are the second largest in terms of population and size, but our potential is far greater than even number one, because today Africa is the only continent that have a population of 1.1 billion youths, energetic, talented, ready to leave the world in different areas of the world. Africa is home to the biggest, highest amount of natural resources, from minerals to, we have 65% today of the world all cultivated arable land. So imagine what we can do. We can feed the world. We can do everything. But ironically, because of what I started with, failed leadership over the years, Africa is also home to the highest number of poor people. Out of the 700 million people in extreme poverty today, 431 million lives in Africa. Over 30% of our population. If you go to multidimensional poverty, out of 1.1 billion, over 60% is in Africa, with Congo and Nigeria leading. Today, in the surface of the world, Congo has the highest amount of natural, call it minerals, over 24 trillion. Nigeria has similar situation. You can extrapolate Congo situation to all over Africa, where they have everything, but they are producing poverty. It cannot continue with our youths. With the energy they have, they can lead the world in technology, in health, in entertainment, in everything. All they want is leadership, purposeful leadership. Africa has what is, look at its wealth, resources, shamelessly stolen and put in private pockets. It cannot continue. So we are just here to continue conversation. It's not about any country, anything, but talking to the youth of Africa to know that they can change the world. They can change the way things are in Africa, Africa should not be a continent where people come to beg or plead for aid. We should be contributing to aids of other people with the resources we have. And that's what Africa should be. Their own Africa should be. That's all the conversation is all about. It's about the future of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Peter Obi. And I dare say that the peace, in quote, that is enjoyed in Nigeria today, negative or positive, he's responsible for it. Because he has refused the violent way, and it's very good to say it in a place like Ghana. When some of us took to the streets, we were willing to bring Nigeria to our knees so that we can rise up again. But he seems to have an ideology, and in the little time I spent with him, I could understand that America and Europe are all built on genocide. They just wipe out the people and took. So Africa is shaping a completely new definition and dimension. Nigeria speaks 600 languages. That is I don't know even how to put it, but to manage that diversity, and it's something we will do and we can do, to share something that has never existed in the continent of the world. This is what has been given to us to do. And so I want to thank you, sir, for responding to what you said, because truly it's only leadership that can do that, and you're speaking to the people who will take that. We'll take a few more questions. This is so beautiful happening here today. Please, your name and your question.
So, my name is Kobiche. I'm a Ghanaian blogger. So I'm very excited. First of all, I like the fact that there's no New Ghana Foundation. It is New Africa Foundation. Now, one of our major problems we have in Africa is the illiteracy rate and the mindset of the people. As leaders, how are we going to consciously change the mindset of the people to receive the change that we all demand for? And also make sure that education will be able to go down to every African child, so that as they grow up, their mindset for change will be able to, grab the knowledge that everybody who wants power wants to, appeal to. Because for instance, if I come to you and I tell you that I'm giving you sugar for you to vote for me, if you are illiterate, the probability of the person convincing you is high. But if you are literate and you know your power, I doubt people will use just mere material things
to get to you. Thank you. I think that's a very powerful question. Mama, I think you need to respond to that.
Yes. That's a very interesting question. And I need you guys to pay attention to what I'm getting ready to say. You raised a very important issue that you said, being literate or illiterate. But I'll tell you, our issues as Africans today are issues of the mind. The most dangerous African of today is an African who is colonized, educated or not. Coming from Zimbabwe, I can honestly tell you that the people who are moving Zimbabwe in terms of the awakening are the villagers. They seem to have a better understanding of what is really going on and are less likely to be sold, are less likely to sell their souls. And you must look at the people around you. Some of the most difficult people, I was called by the Africa group at the World Bank one time to address them for their annual event. And I went through all the issues and the pillars of why Africa is where Africa is, and I analyzed the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization that the 14 African former French colonies were made to sign. I thought everybody understood. But at the end of it, 2 African-born economists working for the World Bank come to me and said, "But Ambassador, why do you keep talking about the Berlin Conference? It's a thing of the past." And to my utter shock, I'd gone through the process of explaining the Berlin Conference, and that it is a policy that was put in place in order to see to it that Africa and her children are forever defeated and dominated. And that as long as we have a country called Togo, as long as we have a country called Burkina Faso, as long as we have a country called Malawi, we are defeated. Intentionally so. So these two economists working for the World Bank are the same ones now that are being used as instruments of our own self-destruction. They're the ones that are being sent to Africa to sell policies that are detrimental to Africa's progress. So the question then becomes, what is our education doing for us? And it goes back to the miseducation. The people who are in power are the ones who are failing to stand up and challenge those who are raping us in broad daylight. Pardon my choice of words. I was once asked by one African, Ambassador, let's try to be nice to these Westerners. Let's not be too direct as we challenge them. And I did ask this brother of mine, I said, my brother, help me out. How do I tell a man who is raping me to rape me nicely? I said, help me with the language. And this was an educated professor who is advising me to be nice. How long am I going to continue to be nice? Those are the educated people who are sitting in the boardrooms and they choose to be mute. And when they are mute while representing us, that means 1.4 billion Africans are mute. It is not the villager who is sitting at the boardroom table. It is the elite, the educated. So my son, what is our education doing to us? What have we done to undo the colonial education? I hear right here in Ghana, perfect example. There's not a single Kwame Nkrumah book that is required reading in the Ghanaian educational system. Whose problem is that? Most African countries, our educational system is still the colonial educational system. So what do you expect from the leaders that we have today if their education remains colonized? So may I say, the most dangerous person for Africa today is a colonized African. And we must challenge each and every one of us to have a serious conversation with the image in the mirror. Are you colonized? Where do you stand when it comes to the issues to do with Africa? How do you feel about the continued exploitation of Africa? How do you feel about neocolonization, imperialism? Do you even understand it? Do you even know what the Berlin Conference means when it comes to your ability to buy bread, to your ability to get a job? Can you connect the dots back to the policies that are designed to keep us where they want us to be? It is the elite, it is the educated who are refusing to challenge the status quo and speak on our behalf, educated or not. So I'd like to answer your question by saying our miseducation is what is leading us to the Africa that we are today, an Africa that cannot stand up and defend our turf with facts, with our truths. Ours is a simple issue. You see, truths and facts, these are constants that never change. All we gotta do is stand up. I like to end by saying, some of you have seen a poster. There were black men who were bending over, and there was a table on their backs. And at the bottom, it simply said, and on top, of course, sitting around the table, were white people who were feasting. And the caption simply said, all we gotta do is stand up. Why have we failed to stand up?
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to say that while we bring this convention, this conversation, this press conference to a close, I want to demand on your wisdom, both of you, Prof, beginning from you, to look at the issues and give a closing remark. And I believe I can trust that once that is done from both of you, we can bring this to a close perfectly. Thank you. Prof.
Thank you very much. When I, several months ago, received a phone call from a young African, Nana Freedom Bediako, inviting me and others to this conference. This is what he told me in summary. Africa needs to speak about hope to our young sons and daughters. And that hope must not be based on sentimentalism or romanticism. It must be grounded on things that can change the lives of young Africans. It must be about what we can do in order to improve our agriculture, in order to add value to our resources, in order to give meaning to the things that will change people's lives. When I arrived in Accra, Ghana, yesterday, the 6th day of January, the year 2024, that young man, Nana Bediako, took us to a room and gave a demonstration of what him and his foundation think about African solution to African problems. How we can use our human and natural resources to change our circumstances so that we can be beggars no more. We were touched. And you who are present here, you who are journalists who will give the oxygen of publicity to what we are saying here today, I want to tell you that Africa will only change, and change for the better, when our young men and women embrace that spirit, the spirit of personal sacrifice for the general good. It is not a journey for the faint-hearted. In that journey, you will have many hurdles. But when you face a hurdle, use it as a ladder. In that journey, you will cross many rivers. When you cross one river, there'll be many more rivers to cross. In that journey, you may climb and will climb many mountains. And when you climb one mountain, there'll be more mountains to be climbed. And when I asked that young man, Nana Bediako, why New Dawn? He says there have been many dawns, but this is a new one, with a new meaning and a new resolve. We'll begin to leave Accra, Ghana physically, but Accra, Ghana is our true emotional and intellectual north for Pan-Africanism. We'll come here again and again. If only to energize ourselves about which is good and right for the continent of Africa. Africa will rise, and this struggle for Africa is an intergenerational struggle. The baton that we now wield will be passed from generation to generation. Nana Bediako. Go forth with your new dawn.
Go forth.
In the knowledge that fortune favors the persistent, the patient, and the vigilant. Shall be well with you.
Let's take it to Mr. Peter Obi as he gives his closing remark on this. Thank you so much, Professor. Always igniting the fire in us.
And I'll join Prof in encouraging you to persevere on what you started. Like Prof said, whatever happened today is not the ending. For me, it's the ending of the beginning. We just began the journey. Prof has said where he wants us to take this conversation to in different parts of Africa. And I think we should do that. And I've listened to my dear sister talk about education. I've always maintained consistently the problem of Africa, like Chinua Achebe said and Prof says every day, is squarely failure of leadership. It is failure of African leaders rising up to their responsibility that is keeping Africa where Africa is today. A continent of immense hope and resources. The only way to resuscitate and keep that hope is by having competent leadership. A leadership that means well. That is the only way to make a difference. As long as we continue hiring wrongly, as long as we continue having incompetent people who don't have capacity, we will remain where we are. To change that hope for the youth is to know that it requires sacrifice and everything. We talked about education. Yes, I agree with my dear sister that on issue of a colonized, educated, whatever it is. But what are the leadership today doing in terms of investing in those critical areas? I was just talking to Dr. Morgan this evening, and I said to them, you don't, yes, it's good when people, and I don't argue that with you. It's good to blame others for our problem. I don't believe in blaming anybody for my problem. I deal with the problem. We are doing it this evening. In my country, this year's budget is we need, if there's anything Nigeria needs, it's human capital. Because that's what will drive our HDI. We have very low human capital. In HDI, we're 158 over 180 countries measured. So we need to invest in education. But we're providing for tertiary institution scholarship, 5 billion in our budget. And we have 6 billion to build car park for legislators. Is that because of colonialism? So let's talk about our own this thing. So this is where we start. We don't have a national library. As a country, the #1 country in Africa, our national library was awarded in 1995, and it's being built to today. But our legislators are providing $3 billion to buy books for their own library. This is not an issue of colonialism. It is the issue I want us to start dealing with our problem. I don't believe that at this stage, anybody is the problem of Africa except Africans themselves. And I want the youth to start dealing with the issue head on. And that's where I stand. I don't believe. I've traveled all over the world. By infinite mercies of God, I've been, with my own background as a trader, passed through certain schools where I claim not being a professor, not being a doctor, but I claim to be an alumnus of some good schools. And I said to them, I don't believe there's any white man, there's any yellow man, there's any red man who is more intelligent than I am, or any African is. We are children, we can compete. Africans can compete with anybody and do better. But we need this fair leadership to give way so that we can start facing the world on the same terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I think there's such a balance to the context of conversation tonight, if you agree with me. Mr. Peter, thank you so much one more time. This is very important at this juncture. Before I bring up, just for a closing remark, can you put the chair here for me? 500 years before slavery, it was Ibn Khaldun, an Arab philosopher, an archaeologist, carried many bags, who said that the Africans were less than human. 100 years later, John Knox, an English philosopher, also, and I can recount about 5 not beer parlor people, science and religious leaders from the West who pronounced before the slave trade took place. It began with a conversation. And freedom, as you come up today, and as rightly stated, there has been conversation about Africa, there has been all kinds of stuff, but I can assure you that there hasn't been anything like the conversation we've had today. There hasn't been, because there's a new energy and a new spirit in Africa, in this room, resident here. And so, I know, because 3 weeks ago, as I walked through the Martin Luther King Center, and looking through the history as I was talking to my mentor, that it took 82 years for the black people to recover their voting rights. And yes, here in Africa, it took 87 years from when ANC was formed to when Mandela became president for apartheid to be killed. And yes, Julius Malema fighting for the economic right of South Africa. Africa, with this foundation, and with you, freedom, we shall see a new Africa. Come on, put your hands together for freedom.
I grew up in a farmland somewhere in Ghana, in Kumasi. And I was birthed by a woman who is a spiritualist. And she raised me on a farmland. But she raised me with the fear of the Lord. And she gave me a capital. The capital was the advice she gave me. She said, son, learn how to give to the world, and the world will always come embracing you. I took those words with me. And that was the beginning of the birth of the new Africa Foundation. That wasn't the name then, but we were givers. So we have been givers for 3 decades. And it grew, and it grew, and it grew. But I thought that having a foundation was just about giving. As it was growing, I realized that it's also about being responsible for the society you belong to. And that's how today we're sitting here. 7 months ago, I decided that the greatest voices in Africa should come together and start to speak for how Africa should be governed by Africans and not foreigners and not other people who are interested in whatever resources that we have in our countries. But we should be responsible for our own human resource and mineral resources. And the only way to do that is to industrialize our people and our minerals. So I want to use this moment to first of all thank all of you to accept this invitation. How would I have thought of myself that coming from a farmland, a 6-year-old boy that didn't have anything, would one day call upon people like you, and you accept my invitation? A young man like me, and people that can birth me, people that can be my aunties, my uncles, my leaders, my presidents. But you listen to the voice of the young man, and you came here to speak to the youth and the people of Africa. They say the greatest creation, or the most pinnacle creation, is the human's mind, and it must be used for a good purpose. Africa is lacking education, but not the type of education like Doctor was talking about. The sort of education that should come from our own. How to learn about our own resources. How to know to add value to our people. When you take value away from people, you stop the economy of your own country. You stop the growth of your own country. When you add value to the people, the country starts to grow. And Africa is about to grow because we are ready to add value to humanity, to the people who are Africans. So the purpose of New Africa is not only to give you food, is not only to organize a convention for us to meet and give you knowledge, but it's also to stand up and become responsible for the social responsibilities of this continent that will build the youth. For the future of Africa is in the hands of the youth. They have more years ahead of them. And at least we have lived half through our lifetime, and some of us have even gone past that, but we thank God for giving us life. And we need to think about our children. We need to think about the youth who are coming up. So again, when I look at this opportunity, I don't take it lightly. You might call it a failure. I see it as an opportunity. Being here and being with us is 4 different leaders from 4 different sides of Africa coming to Ghana makes me feel that this is the headquarters of Africa. People have value for Ghana. They have value for Accra. When I was growing up, one of my favorite mentors was Kwame Nkrumah. And I had to find out the true story about him. His mother used to cross a river to go to the farm. And one day, in the river, his mother had stepped on a fish. And he pointed the fish and said, "Mama, you're standing on a fish." So the mother dipped her hand in the water, picked the fish, and they said that was illegal according to the tradition of the Nzimas. So they took the fish and Kwame Nkrumah to the palace. And the chief, the king, said, "Who found the fish?" And the woman said, "My son." And the king said to the woman, "Cook the fish for your son to eat." Now the point that I'm trying to make is that Kwame Nkrumah was ordained. He was already ordained, and we couldn't change that. Patrice Lumumba is ordained. Dr. Arikana is ordained. Peter Obi is ordained. We need to start to respect ordination. Our leaders are ordained for a reason. Who would have thought that kid at the back of the woman one day will have the whole world talking about him, about the changes that he wanted to bring in Africa? The leaders of Africa, I would like to use this moment to urge that please look into your youth. You have the Nkrumahs in there. You have the Marcus Garveys in there. You have the Martin Luthers in there. You have great leaders in the youth. Give them the chance. Let them just help. Let them add value to the people. Let them support us. Let's support ourselves. Let's build ourselves again. And on this note, I would like to say sorry to those that couldn't participate with us in the convention. But right here, I am seeing the convention.
This is the convention.
This is the birth of the convention.
This is the convention.
So I would say that we probably would choose another African country one of these days and still spread the word of the convention. Because today marks a constitutional day in our country, and I believe that New Africa is born again here, and the convention has sparked from here. So I would like to encourage all of you to believe in this convention that the voices of Africa is being ignited for the right reasons. And thank you very much. And
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mama. Okay.
I feel very strongly that I should make this comment. As I was coming here, I got a call from one of my African diaspora who is a Ghanaian, who actually came to Ghana from the United States because I was coming here. He said, Ambassador, I heard a rumor that the reason the event was canceled is because the young man who was sponsoring it is a millionaire, and he has political ambitions. And I said, well, that's news to me. So I felt I should address this in case some of you journalists may have heard that as well. I can tell you as clearly and plainly as I can that I never heard the conversation about him being a millionaire. I never had a conversation about him having political ambitions. The time that I've spent with him has been more to do with entrepreneurship and the possibilities. So for those who are saying we are here to support him further his political ambitions, that is a damn lie. Certainly from my interactions with him, I don't know about whether he told Professor that. I don't know if he told my brother, Honorable Peter, that. I might want them to clearly state that, whether that conversation ever took place. But the interactions I've had with Nana Bediago have been about entrepreneurship and the possibilities of what we can do if the African youth could be empowered, and how we can raise money to support African youth so they can build the Africa that we want. That's all the conversations I've had. Anything else, I do not know. But I felt I should let all of you journalists know, because I'm sure you're going to hear the same rumor that I just heard. These are the conversations I've had with my son. And I'll tell you one more thing. When the invitation came, Professor can tell you, I didn't know my son, but I had to do homework. What got me to accept the invitation is his age and the fact that he's a youth. Because if we do not support our youth, then who is going to support them? I hired a young man one time, he said, Doctor, nobody wants to hire me because I have no experience. But how do I get experience if I don't get a job to begin with? I said, son, you're hired. I accepted an invitation from Nana, not because I knew him, but because of his age and the amazing things that he's doing at such a young age. It is that plain and simple. Anything else is a lie. I just wanted to clear that up.
I think I'll join in what she said. You're very correct. It is about her entrepreneurship. I met him again on the 4th. It was Prof who invited me, and I got a call from him, and he said he's around somewhere in Lagos. Can he come and visit me? I said, no, I'll come and visit you. And he was saying something about age. He said, since you're thinking about it, I'll come and visit you. And surprisingly, on arrival in Accra today, a young lady came along and said, I work with the youth and entrepreneurship, and I want you to talk or help talk about entrepreneurship. I said, we are coming to Ghana to talk about entrepreneurship. And you just asked me a question. How do we spark entrepreneurship among the youth in Africa? I say, fight one thing, corruption. And you look at me. I say, corruption kills 3 things that makes a society. It kills entrepreneurship. Nobody thinks in a corrupt country because there's easy money to make or steal. It kills professionalism. So you don't have professors doing research any longer because people are stealing public money, and it kills hard work. So fight it, and you spark entrepreneurship. So it is about entrepreneurship. But let me add, there's nothing wrong if you have an ambition.
Thank you.
I'd like to say something. I was a trader. I was a banker. But I had somewhere along the line, something happened in my state where children did not go to school for 2 years. And I asked myself, why should I be making money when there's no future for these children? And that's where I'm in Nigeria today. I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see a Nigeria that works for the future of my children, for the future of the children of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see how we can pull millions of people out of poverty in a country, God bless, with everything. We have vast, uncultivated land in Nigeria, and people are hungry. To just close and give you an example of what we are suffering in our country. A country like Netherlands, in 1 year, did export of $120 billion export of agricultural products. Netherlands without water, with water, is 43,000 square kilometers. Without water, it's 33. One state in Nigeria is more arable than Netherlands, and that state has 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land. So it's 2.5 times Netherlands. That state is occupied by criminals today because that state cannot generate 1% of what the land can do with agriculture, and they have 2.5 times the size of their land, just one state. It cannot continue.
Thank you.
We must change it.
Thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
ambition,
Thank you. I can't agree more. Thank you. Nobody should ever apologize for their desire to serve their people. Thank you.
Thank you. A mother's wisdom would always set the stage, but the courage from Mr. Peter Obi today has also, what could have been better than this conversation anywhere?
Yeah.
This is the conversation. This is the conversation. It couldn't have been better. Thank God it was cancelled. Thank God we're having it here. And we'll look back many years and we'll be able to say, thank God the conversation happened. I want to ask you to just, because this is also very tactical and very good in time and history, just a remark in response before we take this to a close. If you think this is beautiful, put your hands together, come on. I think these responses are just completely out of the box from Dr. Arikana and Mr. Peter Obi. I mean, this is just unbelievable, but this is the conversation. Wisdom.
Thank you very much. In 21 years of my life, I have been serving a nation, working so hard just to become an example of what wealth looks like. And building wealth comes from knowledge, it comes from wisdom, it comes from understanding. You need to get this value from your own surroundings. I grew up partly in Ghana, partly in England, and I came back to Africa. 2001. Unlike Martin Luther, I did not have a dream. I had a vision. I started watching the youth and the streets and the roads, the rules and the regulations, the conditions and the constitutions that is stipulated and embedded on us as Africans. I had to walk on a different path, and I was alone. My investment on the roads became a landmark. And whatever I invested on this landmark is a footprint. I am here for a legacy. I am part of your historians. That I know many people want to see the true side of me. I know you know Nana Kwame Bediako, but I know you're still looking for freedom, Jacob Caesar. Yes, I am Ray Christian, and I'm here. I'm not here to take your value. I'm here to add value to you. I discovered that the land that we belong to had so much wealth that until we turn it into our own, our economy will never be sustainable. And we cannot forever live in our countries with a box economy. I needed to create a middle income economy without being a part of the government. Why so? Because I believe it's part of my responsibility. I took a different path. My movements, my foundations, my groups, and all of this have acquired some wealth. But the wealth that I reinvest back into society, it has become a part of my mission to make this change. I believe that I belong to Africa. I am a son of this soil, and I can add value to humanity. And I came here to do that. I came here to add value to this world and to nature. I am not going to live here without God even being proud of me. And when I'm not here also, I want you to remember that I came. And I want my absence to be felt. And for that reason, I know you're looking for the man. But the man in the mask is sitting in front of you. I am nothing to be scared of. I came to you as your salvation. I don't invest in myself alone. I am investing in you. And truly, these innocent leaders sitting beside me, of course I will not go to them and tell them that, hey, I am a man in a mask and I want you to come to Ghana to support me to do this and this. And this man of this dignity and this woman with such power will say, yes, I'm going to follow you to come to Ghana to do your convention and all of that. No. It is part of the movement. We need to educate. We need to uplift our children. We need to voice out to them. If you are about to find out about this man in the mask, because I never spoke a word, you were looking for me. I didn't tell you whether I am into politics, whether I am an evangelist, whether I am a conventionist or a revolutionist. After this day, you will have to wait for me to share my policies and my visions with you. And if I'm the reason why the country or the government is not happy about these great voices coming to educate not only Ghana, but also Africa, then I'll take this moment to sacrifice myself, to unveil myself, because I have much respect for these great leaders beside me. It would have taken my own time to tell you that I am. But for this very moment, I am sacrificing myself to let you know that I'm that man. But I'm that man with a good purpose, with a great vision. I have a plan and I have a vision for this nation. And not only this nation, I have it for Africa too. But I know Africa is the next biggest thing, because out of all the continents that have been developed in this world, there is only one continent that is not developed. And I am sent to do that. I am not interested in people's positions. I am not interested in presidential positions. I am interested in the regions and the humans. I am interested in the countries. I am interested in the continent. The resources here, the human resources here, the great opportunities to be able to prove a point to the world that this is what we can make out of ourselves as a black society. We have been doomed and disrespected, undervalued by everybody in the Western world. My pain is in my heart and I can't express it to you. So I let my actions speak for me. I want to thank you very much for this moment. And I want to thank greatest leaders. Your voice will never leave us as Africans. And it's the beginning of a new Africa, a new nation, a new dawn, a new mindset. Everything is new. Thank you.
Thank you. We won't take any question, but I can tell you, and I want to openly thank Mr. Peter Obi for taking a chunk of young leaders from Nigeria to come over here, including myself. You know, I can tell you that we will support you from Nigeria.
Thank you.
South Africa will support you. Different part of Africa is going to support you. Like Mr. Peter Obi says, when we find vision, we will do everything to ensure that vision is lifted in Africa. As individuals, we can be anything, anywhere. If you're talking about the latest car developed today and designed, a Nigerian is sitting there. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have all kinds of people. We've developed things that can help do anything. But the only reason keeping Africa down is that we don't have a power nation. The young man Maxwell from Zimbabwe who created, I call it Max Energy because that's his name. They sent scientists from Europe. They came and validated, yet it's almost, England is what it is because of our scientists. Israel is what it is because of our scientists. Same with America. On the strength of this man's invention, Africa should be on, but on whose shoulder? Because Nigeria is groveling. There is no power nation on which these individuals are going to sit. I want to say to you, mentors, that we see as young people, I'm standing by him to say, we see that very clearly. We own the vision. And upon this foundation, Africa will be built.
Thank you.
Rise to your feet as we take a picture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So finally, we know the man behind the mask of the new force, and his name is Nana Bediako, or Nana Kwame Bediako, as he's introduced himself. And in the midst of this unexpected cancellation of the New Africa Convention at the Independence Square, thought leaders resorted to a press conference from a base in cantonment here in Accra to drum home their concerns. We heard from Dr. Arikana Kwa of Zimbabwe, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, lawyer and activist, and also Nigeria's Peter Obi, and of course the man behind the mask, Nana Kwame Bediako. He's also with the New Africa Foundation, and they are all gunning for a purposeful leadership in Africa and urging the youth to find their voice. But the question still remains, why the sudden cancellation? Well, from us here at the Joy Newsroom, we say thank you for staying with us. Have a good evening.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up look yourself or start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the store. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. 246BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings, family, and welcome to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the morning show, the breakfast edition of the Global Independent Square, coming to you live from sunny, beautiful Barbados. It is a beautiful day out there today, folks. It is a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the hood. I want you to be my neighbor. I'm not going to ask you today. I'm going to just express my desire to be your neighbor. I want to thank you. It is the 21st day of February 2024, and it is 7:28 a.m. in the morning, and we give thanks for the opportunity that God has given us to have another breath of life in our bodies today. We pray for those who have left us, have transitioned and departed. We pray for the sick, those that are needy today, and we ask God's blessings upon your life. I extend from 246 and all the family of 246 nothing but good wishes, well wishes, and have a pleasant and most wonderful day. We want to bring love and healing and health to our listeners. We want to build a community, a family. I consider this a family type show. We do have our moments of lapse, but generally speaking, we try to do that. I think that Sugar and the rest of the management at this station try to do their very best to always keep this a family type show. So in that spirit, I want to extend to each and every one of you who are listening and those of you who are watching a family hug and best wishes for the day and the rest of the week and the rest of the month and the rest of the year, and if possible beyond that. We thank you. Yes, we have our brother Gabriel We haven't heard from Gabriel for a few weeks because he has been traveling down through South America, South Africa, and other places, which he'll tell you about here in a minute. But I see him here smiling nicely with his big smile. Gabriel is like my own son. I love him dearly. And I will now bring him into our view so that you will get a look to see if he's been behaving himself or if he's been out there, doing monkey business. We don't want none of that. So here we go.
You are always welcome home, welcome home.
Hello, have you been looking for the right travel agency to take you on an educative and entertaining tour in Ghana? Look no further. G&G Travel and Tour presents to you a Black History Festival and Cultural Tour Ghana 2024, which starts on the 29th of July to 11th August 2024. All you need is to pay an affordable amount of $2,950 for single occupancy and $2,650 per person for double occupancy. This amount covers a package of a 4-star hotel for your comfort, transportation to all tourist centers, airport transfer, and domestic air tickets. Book now to have an unforgettable, educative, and entertaining tour with us. For more details, log on to our email info@gngtourbookings.com or contact +233 54 86 31 009 or 057 65 94 091. G&G Travel and Tour, where a great journey begins.
You are always welcome home, welcome home.
Welcome home, King brother. How are you? You look well. You look put on some weight. You've been eating too much hotel food. But you look great. You look great. Welcome back. It's been a few weeks. Tell us a little bit about the trip, first of all. I know you went to a number of different countries. Started with South Africa. And tell us a little bit about that, and then we will talk about our business.
Okay, thank you very much. The trip went on successfully by the grace of God, and we also have opportunity to have a Johannesburg city tour. We also went to Lesotho, which is another town in South Africa. They have a nice tourist site, and the people are 50-50. We're talking about they are not rich, they are not poor. That is what I just want to put it. But they have a very nice culture over there. We have a culture dance, and we also experience their nature of life, how they are living their life. We visit Nelson Mandela House to learn much about him, and we went to where his family is living. That is where his children and his niece and cousins where they are. We also visit that place, and we also have a time to visit the prison that he was arrested. For about 30 minutes, he was arrested there in the same place that they put him in the prison. So we learned much about those sites, and I have an opportunity to also take some souvenirs that Nelson Mandela planted, a tree that he planted. So I also have opportunity to have a souvenir of that tree so that I can put it in the office. So to remember the trip that I took to his house. So we have an opportunity also to visit their mining company to learn much about their mining, how the processing of the gold and the diamond, those things. We also have opportunity to learn much about it, and we have a nice dinner together with the group over there. You know, no matter how you learn, you need to eat. So we also have that nice opportunity over there, and I have a time to meet other foreigners that travel to South Africa to also participate in the same trip to learn much. But one thing that I've learned also is each trip that I took, in life, you need to be focused and you need to fight for what you want, and not only personal, but those who surround you. That is one thing I learned from Nelson Mandela. He fought for his
Sorry, I was muted here. Are you? It looks like you may be frozen though. Looks like you.
people,
You're
and
back.
he used his life to sacrifice. Hello? Yeah, so we learned much about those things, and I'm very happy about the trip. From there, and we went to Victoria is the main capital city of Johannesburg, how do you call it, South Africa. But one thing that helped South Africa resources wisely. They are able to, in terms of development, they are 100% ahead of us. Right, talking about Ghana, we misused our natural resources. So in terms of development, they are 100% ahead of our infrastructure, road. They are 100% ahead of us. They are 100%. The only thing we are enjoying here is we have peace of mind, but our leaders are not helping us. Yeah. So you can see that is the main reason why the whites are eager to take that country from them, because their weather too is very good. They have a nice weather. So it favors the white. It favors the white very, very well. But everywhere Ghanaians go, they are loved. So anywhere, any hotel that we visit, are you from Ghana? Yeah, that's all. We make friends. We are like family. Yeah, and we have brothers from Nigerians too. So it's like you are in the house. You never feel like you travel to different land. There is nothing called discrimination. No, 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 no. We are very, very happy.
Ghanaians, I think Ghanaians touch the lives of so many people, even if they weren't
Exactly.
Ghanaians, because of the
Yeah.
transition, period. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was a very nice trip. It's very, very nice trip. To Rwanda, Kigali, we also have a city tour in Kigali. And we visit the genocide site. The war that happened in Kigali that took a lot of life away. There is a place that they keep all the dead bodies, their bones, and all those things to learn for a tour. So we also have times to visit those places, and we learn much about them, which is very good, which is very, very nice. So we need to fight for what we have and die for what we have. That is what belongs to you. So I'm very happy with that.
I appreciate that, Gabrielle, and I know that you are learning your ropes, and I know that you are growing into your shoes, and I'm very proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you, actually. And I want to tell you that going forward, I'm looking at a very strong and robust working relationship. I think you're aware now that as of yesterday, I'm now the CEO of the organization. So that will allow for a greater working relationship with the team that I have already established before all of this. Yes?
Yeah. Hard work pay for everything. When you are working deep down in your heart with a genuine heart, God opened door for you. It's not about money. It's about dedication and respect for each other. Yeah, that is all that is needed. Yeah, and don't Don't be wiser than anybody. No.
Right.
Yeah. The more you humble yourself, the more you learn.
Yes. No, I agree with you, and I appreciate your maturity. That's one of the things that we've always shared together since the day I met you. And you are very mature for a young man, and I appreciate you. But my new role, I was appointed yesterday, actually last night, 8:30 my time, 7:30 Eastern. But I wasn't aware of it, Gabrielle. I really was not. I became aware of it only this past weekend. For 2 months,
It's a surprise.
yeah, they apparently were a number of candidates who would have been appointed. I did not know that I was even on the list.
Wow.
And yeah, I was not aware. I knew I was gonna be shifting, but I did not expect that. Because I had been only 6 or so months ago assigned back to Canada, and I was, kind of like, wavering a little bit because, I wanted to go to Africa, to be honest with you. And
You need to come on
yes,
29th.
I wanted to go. So now I have no reason but to come because I'm all headquartered now in Zimbabwe as of yesterday. So I have to start making my way to the
Yeah.
continent. So that's going to be exciting. It's a new life experience for me. I've never lived there. I've visited, but not lived there as per se. And I'm looking forward to that. And I had it all night. I've been up practically for about maybe most of the night, except for about 2 hours, maybe, if that. I was getting congratulatory messages. I'm still receiving messages coming in on my appointment, and it's very heartening to be chosen amongst the 5 candidates that were put up for the position. And I only became aware, like I said, on the weekend when I started receiving the first call, and then there was another call, and another call, and another call. And then eventually I said, wait, something's up here. And then by Monday, I got a call from VP, and he told me that I had been unofficially, I was selected to be the one that they would go to vote last night, Wednesday, meaning today. They were supposed to go. But then yesterday, I received the call saying they're moving the vote to last night. And I sat patiently, and at the appointed time, I was called and added to the board meeting because I couldn't get in before. And then I was given the nod, and it's a warm feeling. I'm a little bit sort of disoriented because the excitement of it all means a big difference in my life. But it also, Gabrielle, means I can do a lot more than I could have before.
Yes.
And impact not only now the Caribbean and North America, Canada in particular, but Europe, Asia, and the continent. I'm now the CEO. I will touch every part of those organizations, and I am very happy to. I was happy to accept the role. It was so fast in 3 or 4 days. It just happened. It didn't just happen, but it just seemed like it did, and it just flew away. So I'm thankful. So today, though, here we are, and we're on a new line that you're in this morning to celebrate with me my appointment. And I want to start to develop some stronger programs between yourself and the organization, and to be able to bring one of the things, sir, I will say to you now is the return trip across the transatlantic slave
Ocean. Yeah.
I called my colleague in England this morning, and they're the ones that are acquiring the ships. They have one ship now ready to come to the Caribbean in 2 weeks' time. And,
That is great.
Yeah, I will send you the photo. It's a very lovely vessel, and there's 3 more that are in commission at this time in Europe. I forget which country they're in, but they will be released between now and July of this year. And that will give us a fleet of 4 very nice, lovely deck vessels. And as it would be, I'm excited about that because it means that we can now plan bigger, better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and we need to if we are able to finish, we can do it 2025 around September to get more time and give them a more space for payment of their this thing, so that a lot of people can come aboard.
What we're going to do at this point is assemble the various committees that will handle these things, because I'm no longer going to be able to be hands-on with them, given the nature of everything. So, but definitely, you're my man. You're my man in Ghana and on the continent, and I appreciate the relationship that we've built up over the years, and I appreciate your honesty, your sincerity, and I'm happy for you because I am happy for me, and I'm thankful for that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, tell us now, what is the next trip that is planned at this time that we have in the hamper is the historical tour, yes? In July, yes? So tell us a little bit about that. Before I take you out, I have some other people coming in, so I just wanted to bring you back in today and say hello, let the people see you. Tell us a little bit more before I take you out.
So on 29th to 11th August, 29th of July to 11th August, that is 2 weeks. We are having Black History Festival and Culture Tour, Ghana 2024, and double occupancy is paying 2,650, and single is paying 2,950. So we are using 4-star hotel, and this tour is about to learn about our culture and to discover our history as a Black people. So that is what we are having on 29th to 11th August. So if you want to participate in this program, the mandatory document that you need is your passport, your air ticket, and your visa. But the visa depends on the country you are coming from. So if you are coming from a country that you don't need a visa, there is no need for you to apply for a visa. But if you are coming from a country that you need a visa to travel to Ghana, just contact me and I will assist you for the visa on arrival so that you'll be able to participate in this program. So the visa on arrival costs $150, which is separated from the total budget for the tour. So the only thing you need is just to contact me on +22 0548631009, so that if you are ready to come on this tour, you just contact me and I will direct you on what to do and what not to do. So these are the requirements that you need, and you need a yellow fever card. Yellow fever, the age of 60 above, there is no need for yellow fever, but 60 below, you need a yellow fever card. So if anything, just contact me and I will help you.
Thank you, Gabriel. I'm going to bring you out now. Yes, and we will resume later. I think Friday, you'll be back.
Friday.
Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Be blessed. We'll talk off air. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So tomorrow.
Hello! Have you been looking for the right travel agency to take you on an educative and entertaining tour in Ghana? Look no further. G&G Travel and Tour presents to you a Black History Festival and Cultural Tour Ghana 2024, which starts on the 29th of July to 11th August 2024. All you need is to pay an affordable amount of $2,950 for single occupancy and $2,650 per person for double occupancy. This amount covers a package of a 4-star hotel for your comfort, transportation to all tourist centers, airport transfer, and domestic air tickets. Book now to have an unforgettable, educative, and entertaining tour with us. For more details, log on to our email info@gngtourbookings.com or contact +233 54 86 31 009 or 057 65 94 091. G&G Travel and Tour, where a great journey begins.
Always welcome home, welcome home.
Yes, welcome home and welcome back to 246 Pigeon Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the morning edition of the Global Independence Square. And we're coming to you live from sunny, beautiful Barbados. It is beautiful out there today. The gods are smiling down upon us. And yes, I am now the CEO of ADDI Global, and I accepted that posting last night after 3 or 4 days of curiosity. You saw the winds blowing, but I'm thankful, and I will do my very best job to not only for ADDI, but for this broadcast station and for its relationship that we've shared over the past year. And I look forward to the path that is before me and the challenges, and we are going to make it work. So with that being said, let me go to a short commercial here and come back with some other guests and information.
Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT, unite to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle, you're on the store. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in your beef with nobody. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, if you pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
The thing about being a Pan-African is everybody is a Pan-African when it comes to talking the talk. But when it comes to walking the walk, then that's where most of these people who claim to be Pan-Africans begin walking back on their political ideologies and their stands on global platforms. The latest victim is the president of Ghana, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Anytime he gets an opportunity to speak at global platforms, he always pitches himself as this great Pan-African who is championing for the revolution and renaissance of black people, until that very renaissance knocked on his door. Then he said, nope, not happening here. Arikana Chihombori, Dr. Arikana Chihombori, Julius Malema, Peter Obi was supposed, and Professor Peter Lumumba was supposed to have a rally in Ghana, almost like a public lecture. But guess what? The president doesn't walk the talk at home, and he was scared that the chicken were coming home to roost.
We'll come here again and again. If only to energize ourselves about which is good and right for the continent of Africa. Africa will rise, and this struggle for Africa is an intergenerational struggle. The baton that we now wield will be passed from generation to generation.
Africa is home to the biggest, highest amount of natural resources, from minerals to, we have 65% today of the world all cultivated arable land. So imagine what we can do. We can feed the world. We can do everything. But ironically, because of what I started with, failed leadership over the years, Africa is also home to the highest number of poor people.
Hello there, how are you doing? Welcome to another episode of our conversations. My name is Cindy Ganga. I am a digital content creator by profession and a business journalist. I love coming on here, having conversations with you guys about Black people, Africans, our empowerment, and how we can rise up and take our rightful place at the global stage. Today, I want to profile something that happened in Ghana over this past weekend. But before we get into it, I would like you to connect with me at Ondero Ganga across all social media platforms and at Ondero Ganga here on YouTube. You can go and search for my channel where I profile Africa through people, politics, and culture. Amazing things coming beginning this January all across through the year. But that being that, let's get into today's video. So I think 2 days ago, I saw Lady Denta Moateng post a flyer that there will be an African convention in Accra, Ghana. And the speakers were Dr. Arikana Chihombori, Julius Malema, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, and also Peter Obi from Nigeria. Now, if you know anything about Pan-Africanism, this is a formidable list of speakers. This is the cream de la cream of champions of the African Renaissance. They're the people that are talking about Black power and the liberation, the second liberation of Black people. I couldn't be more excited. And also they represented all parts of Africa. You know, Dr. Arikana Chihombori brings in the perspective of the diaspora, the voice of the diaspora. Julius Malema speaks with authority about the South. Professor P.L.O. Lumumba speaks with authority about the East. And Peter Obi speaks authoritatively about the West. Those who do not know Peter Obi, he was a presidential election in the Nigerian elections that were concluded last year. And he was one of the front runners because his ideologies resonated with the youth of Nigeria who are seeking employment. They're seeking proper healthcare infrastructure. They want a system that works. They do not just want the old bureaucratic leader that regurgitate the same political nonsense year in, year out. So this is some of the reasons why these people were very influential and key. And this is a summit. You know, Ghana in Africa is seen as the beacon of democracy. Because unfortunately, for many African countries, elections come with so much tension. Sometimes it's marred with bits and pieces of violence here and there. But again, Africa has to go through its own democratic process and learn its lesson. But Ghana has always been at the top. They keep showing us that politics do not have to be divisive. They keep showing us that you can go to the ballot in a peaceful way. You can have a peaceful elections. You can elect the leader that you want. And even if you don't get the leader that you want and you're disgruntled, then you can resort to the opposition. And honestly, when the current president was in the opposition, when he lost the election to John Mahama, the opposition was very, very, very vibrant. And now that they're in power, all the promises that they had given the people, they've not lived up to those expectations. Now, in the spirit of fairness, a couple of things have happened. COVID-19 happened, and up to this day, everybody underestimated the impact of COVID-19, social, political, economic. The war in Ukraine is also having effect, and there's just a global slowdown of economics in the financial markets, yeah? So Ghana has had its fair share of troubles, and now this year they're gearing towards an election, and, you know, this rally is almost, it's almost like it's the awakening that people needed, but also it poses a great threat to the president and the final year of his tenure. And I'll tell you why it poses a great threat, because young people are beginning to wake up. Young people are not, yes, party politics will always be at the center stage of how we do things, and it's going to take a long while before we unlearn that tribal politics. But then at the core of it, no matter your tribe, if you don't have a job, if you can't go to the hospital and get proper health care, you know, Ghana has a problem with dialysis machines, and kidney, patients with kidney problems have to pay through their teeth in order to get proper health care. You know, infrastructure is not doing very great. They're struggling with illegal mining. So these are things that people want to be solved. And sometimes the government will just lie to you and tell you, oh, COVID-19, oh, war in Ukraine. Yeah, we get it. But we also get that you're misappropriating funds in the country, funds that you should use to develop and make our lives better. And so this rally poses a threat, because these are things that all these speakers were going to point out. These are things that I am sure if Peter Obi stood out there to speak, he might not necessarily attack the president, but he will call out poor leadership. He will call out the fact that Ghana should be very developed. You know, they have resources, they have gold, they have oil, they have timber, they have rubber. They recently discovered lithium. Why is the country struggling? You know, these are questions that would have been asked. These are questions that then the people take and go and pose to the government. And they're not just posing it as people. They now have backing. They have backing from West Africa, they have backing from East Africa, they have backing from South Africa, they have backing from the diaspora. But then again, I'll tell you why it was a great rally. It was supposed to be a great rally and a great renaissance, because our people need to wake up. When I went to study in China, there's so many things that I did not know that my eyes were open to. I'll give you a practical example. The Chinese came to Kenya and built a certain road. We call it Thika Superhighway. And this road was it. We had never seen anything like that before. So it was the greatest thing that has ever happened to Kenya, right? Until I go to China and I realized that it's not it. In fact, that road is the road they have in their rural areas. It's not the road they have in the urban areas. Their infrastructure is so modern, you know, and so sometimes it's not a bad deal, but we get the short end of the deal for as long as it's the deal. And it went to awaken my mind, where I go like, wow, so this is what infrastructural development looks like. There's no traffic jam. The roads are very wide. Infrastructure is well segmented. There are bikes, there are buses, BRT, there's a light rail, you know, air transport is not that expensive. These are things that I got exposed to because I had traveled, right? One time I fell sick, I went to the hospital, and I was just like, guys, I know what the problem is. It's malaria. Let's get down with it. Let's get over with it. No. They tested everything. They ran intensive blood works for 3 days. I had to go to the hospital every single day for 3 days, despite the fact that I was sick. They did an ECG. They did MRI. They tested for everything. And back then I was young. I didn't understand. But the older I got, the more I'm realizing that when they do that, whatever it is, they catch it very early and ensure you're healthy so that you're productive for the economy. And then I come back home and I see the big difference. Now, why do I bring this analogy? Because people who've been exposed, and not many of us have had that privilege, right? Not many of us have had the privilege to even travel outside of our villages or outside of our cities, right? And even if you do, you might not get to fully experience what systems that work look like. So to have people like maybe Julius from South Africa, Peter Obi from Nigeria, PLO from East Africa, from Kenya, and Dr. Arikana from America, then they come and tell you what functional systems look like. That is, we shouldn't be grateful that the government built roads. That is their job. And honestly, that road is below standards. Then they begin opening your eyes to the possibility of what your country could be. And you know, they're not speaking from utopia. You know, Ghana has so many great things that also these people will take away from that country and go and challenge their people, with one of them being democracy, one of them being peace and stability. But also these people will bring in challenges that awaken the mind of the youth. And that is what President Akufo-Addo, in all his glory, standing in international platforms, talking about, oh, Africa this, Africa that, that is what scared him. And it doesn't matter whatever games and gimmicks they were saying, it's the person that was hosting the rally, it's this, it's that. No, it's just a matter of African politicians are beginning to realize that the divisive politics, the old politics, the politics of tokenism, the politics of handout, the politics of giving you very little and robbing the rest of you is not going to work. And to be honest, what he's doing is just procrastinating the inevitable, because you might stop them from attending the rally, but guess what? You've now elicited interest in these people. These people will go online and watch all lectures of Malema, all lectures of PLO, all lectures of Peter Obi, all lectures of Dr. Arikana Chikomboro. They can come here on Africa Diaspora News Channel and watch our content. But then again, you can't stop that which its time has come. And so this is just a challenge to all the African leaders that say they're Pan-Africans, therefore Africans. Aha! Walk the talk.
We're in Ghana to start a conversation about Africa. Africa for too long has suffered, and everybody knows the reason why Africa has suffered. People can try to present it in different stages. The Prof speaks about it every day. Africa has been going through what it's going through because of what I always say, that it is due to one problem: leadership. It is failed leadership over the years that brought Africa where it is. I want to start a conversation because of what Dr. Arikana has said, talking to the youth of Africa. No continent in the world today have the potential of Africa. Not one. We are the second largest in terms of population and size, but our potential is far greater than even number one, because today Africa is the only continent that have a population of 1.1 billion youths, energetic, talented, ready to leave the world in different areas of the world. Africa is home to the biggest, highest amount of natural resources, from minerals to, we have 65% today of the world all cultivated arable land. So imagine what we can do. We can feed the world. We can do everything. But ironically, because of what I started with, failed leadership over the years, Africa is also home to the highest number of poor people. Out of the 700 million people in extreme poverty today, 431 million lives in Africa. Over 30% of our population. If you go to multidimensional poverty, out of 1.1 billion, over 60% is in Africa, with Congo and Nigeria leading. Today, in the surface of the world, Congo has the highest amount of natural, call it minerals, over 24 trillion. Nigeria has similar situation. You can extrapolate Congo situation to all over Africa, where they have everything, but they are producing poverty. it cannot continue with our youth. With the energy they have, they can lead the world in technology, in health, in entertainment, in everything. All they want is leadership, purposeful leadership.
Why a new dawn? He says there have been many dawns, but this is a new one, with a new meaning and a new resolve. We'll begin to leave Accra, Ghana physically, but Accra, Ghana is our true emotional and intellectual north for Pan-Africanism. We'll come here again and again. If only to energize ourselves about which is good and right for the continent of Africa. Africa will rise, and this struggle for Africa is an intergenerational struggle. The baton that we now wield will be passed from generation to generation. Nana Bediako. Go forth with your new dawn.
Go forth.
In the knowledge that fortune favors the persistent, the patient, and the vigilant. Shall be well with you.
The reason the event was cancelled is because the young man who was sponsoring it is a millionaire, and he has political ambitions. And I said, well, that's news to me. So I felt I should address this in case some of you journalists may have heard that as well. I can tell you as clearly and plainly as I can that I never heard the conversation about him being a millionaire. I never had a conversation about him having political ambitions. The time that I've spent with him has been more to do with entrepreneurship. So for those who are saying we're here to support him further his political ambitions, that is a damn lie. Certainly, from my interactions with him, I don't know about whether he told Professor that. I don't know if he told my brother Honorable Peter that. I might want them to clearly state that, whether that conversation ever took place. But the interactions I've had with Nana Bediako have been about entrepreneurship and the possibilities of what we can do if the African youth could be empowered, and how we can raise money to support African youth so they can build the Africa that we want. That's all the conversations I've had. Anything else, I do not know. But I felt I should let all of you journalists know, because I'm sure you're going to hear the same rumor that I just heard. These are the conversations I've had with my son. And I'll tell you one more thing. When the invitation came, Professor can tell you, I didn't know my son, but I had to do homework. What got me to accept the invitation is his age. And the fact that he's youth. Because if we do not support our youth, then who's going to support them? I hired a young man one time, he said, Doctor, nobody wants to hire me because I have no experience. But how do I get experience if I don't get a job to begin with? I said, son, you're hired. I accepted an invitation from Nana, not because I knew him, but because of his age and the amazing things that he's doing at such a young age. It is that plain and simple. Anything else is a lie. I just want to...
Well, that's all I had for you in today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to like this video, give it a thumbs up. It goes a long way to show the algorithm that you're enjoying the content and it can suggest it to more people. Comment down below what your thoughts are on the cancellation of that Mega African Convention. in Accra, Ghana. And I'll see you again next time. If you'd like to connect with me, at Ndero Ganga on social media or at Ndero Ganga here on YouTube. I look forward to connecting with you.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT, unite to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up below the cell phone, stop recording. Then he said I got to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the floor. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the word reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season.
Talk it out.
Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
This happens when you text and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
time, our beloved continent.
Welcome to Caribbean Chronicles with Ren, where we embrace our Caribbean history, culture, and diversity, because out of many, we are one. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Caribbean Chronicles with Ren. Sit back and enjoy the rest of this video. Today, we will be listing the 15 CARICOM member states and when they gained their independence. But first, we must understand what CARICOM stands for, which is the Caribbean Community and Common Market, under the Treaty of Chaguaramas that was signed on July 4th, 1973. Please look out for our video on the role of CARICOM and the Treaty of Chaguaramas. CARICOM has 15 member states. First on our list is the beautiful island of Antigua and Barbuda, who achieved its independence on November 1st, 1981. Next, we have the Bahamas, who gained its independence on July 10, 1973. Then on our list, we have the only country with English as its first language in Central America. If you guessed Belize, you guessed right. Belize gained their independence on September 21st, 1981, the same year as Antigua and Barbuda. You can stand under my umbrella, Ella, Ella, under my umbrella. Listen, I'm not Rihanna. If you guessed Barbados, you guessed right. Barbados achieved their independence on November 30th, 1966 and became a republic on November 30th, 2021. Next on our list, we have Dominica, known as the Nature Island. Let's not confuse Dominica with Dominican Republic. Dominica gained its independence on November 3rd, 1978. Do you love spice? Because number 6 on our list, we have the Spice Island of Grenada. Grenada gained its independence on February 7th, 1974. Following Grenada, we have Guyana, formerly known as British Guiana. Guyana gained its independence on May 26, 1966 and became a republic on February 23rd, 1970. Number 8 on our list, we have the first independent black republic in the Caribbean and the second independent state in the Western Hemisphere. If you guessed Haiti, you guessed right. Haiti gained its independence on January 1st, 1804. Next on our list, we have the birthplace of reggae, Bob Marley, Red Stripe Beer, world's fastest sprinters, beautiful beaches and jerk dishes. Jamaica gained its independence on August 6, 1962. Following Jamaica, we have the beautiful island of Montserrat, known for its extraordinary landscapes and volcanic activities. Unlike all the other member states, Montserrat still remains as a British overseas territory and a part of the British West Indies. Montserrat is yet to achieve true independence. Please note. Then we have on our list the mother country of the West Indies, St. Kitts and Nevis is home to the region's first hotel in 1778. St. Kitts and Nevis gained its independence on September 19, 1983. Next, we have the beautiful, breathtaking island of St. Lucia, who gained its independence on February 22nd, 1979. We've almost made it through our list. Number 13, we have St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who gained its independence on October 27, 1969. Next, we have on our list the smallest country in South America. This is none other than Suriname. Suriname gained its independence on November 25, 1975. Last but definitely not the least, we have Trinidad and Tobago on our list. Trinidad and Tobago is known for its vibrant culture and stunning beaches. Trinidad and Tobago gained its independence on August 13, 1962, the same year as Jamaica. here's a recap of the list of all 15 CARICOM member states and their independent states. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to get notifications whenever we post videos. Thank you for watching Caribbean Chronicles with Ren. See you next time at a destination near you.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings, family. Welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the morning edition of the Global Independent Square, coming to you live from beautiful, sunny Bridgetown in Barbados. Having a few little challenges here today, so bear with me. The power seems to be going out periodically, and it keeps knocking out my system, and my whole program that I had lined up here is being reshuffled even as we speak, because all the codes are now got to change and everything. All the videos wiped out, everything that I had lined up. So this is the second such glitch this morning already. So I'm scampering constantly every time I seem to get it back up and heading down the road. It's just dropping out for like seconds, but it's enough to disrupt the program. So just letting you know, just bear with me as we try to bring the program through to 11 today. It is now 8:42 a.m. on the 21st day of February 2024. This is the Global Independent Square, and this is the morning or the breakfast edition, as we like to call it. Some exciting things have happened in the past few hours, last 24 hours or so. I have been appointed as the new CEO of ADDI. I am now at the helm of ADDI Global, and I will be carrying out those responsibilities starting effective today. But in all of it, there are these little nagging challenges I didn't expect to be dealing with, like power outaging and stuff like that. I will say to you that in light of it all, I also was not sort of prepared for the promotion that I've received at the time that it was. I'm prepared for it, but I wasn't aware that I was in the running. But I want to thank each and every one of the persons that voted for me, and I take that responsibility very seriously. But the big issue right now is making sure that this system stays up and running properly throughout the course of the morning, as it is starting to give me a little bit of concern. But I will do my best to manage the program through to its conclusion at 11 this morning, since we're going off the air at 11 today. At least the Global Independence Square is. So just bear with me. I will play another video here while I try to recover some of my materials and stuff, and I'll be right back.
The sun rises over Guyana's capital city. An astonishing transformation is underway, defying all predictions. Amidst the old colonial streets and decaying timber cathedrals, the initial signs of an extraordinary economic boom emerge. Once quiet thoroughfares now pulse with activity, resonating with the sounds of construction and heavy machinery. Formerly unemployed citizens energetically occupy bustling construction sites or speed through town as taxi drivers. Towering cranes oversee the construction of newly built ports, which are immediately inundated with ships. Ambitious infrastructure plans have been set in motion, encompassing expansive gas-fired and hydroelectric power plants, extensive highways linking remote regions and neighboring countries, and a state-of-the-art deep water port to meet insatiable global demand. Substantial funding increases aim to overhaul the healthcare and education systems, aspiring to make them the best in the region. Remarkably, hundreds of thousands of individuals are projected to escape poverty within a mere few years. This exceptional development is propelled by an unparalleled surge in economic growth. Indeed, Guyana's economy skyrocketed by a staggering 57.8% in 2022, surpassing the performance of all other countries worldwide. Within just 5 years, Guyana plans to become the wealthiest nation in South America, with a projected GDP per capita comparable to that of Italy. However, these achievements are unique for Guyana, a country that has historically been renowned more for economic inefficiency than success. Just a few years ago, it was among the most underdeveloped and stagnant nations in South America. High unemployment plagued the population, with nearly half living in poverty. Education, healthcare, and infrastructure were almost non-existent, crumbling under decades of neglect. Additionally, decades of ethnically divided and acrimonious politics compounded the suffering endured by the people of Guyana, leaving little hope for imminent change. In light of this ongoing miracle, several questions arise. Why was Guyana initially plagued by poverty? How is it progressing at such an incredible pace? And is this seemingly unparalleled success too good to be true? During the 16th century, as Spanish explorers sought to exploit various regions in South America, they largely overlooked one particular area known at the time as the Wild Coast. This region, now recognized as Guyana, was disregarded due to its perceived lack of resources. Instead, it was the Dutch who eventually settled in the area, which forms the basis of the modern nation of Guyana. The coastal mudflats and expansive estuaries of Guyana proved to be ideal for cultivating sugarcane. To support the industry's growth, tens of thousands of African slaves were imported annually, reaching a peak in 1833 with over 100,000 active slaves, representing 60% of the colony's entire population. By this time, Guyana had become a British colony. In 1838, slavery was abolished through British colonies, causing seismic disruption in the sugar industry, which had become a significant part of Guyana's economy. Facing the looming extinction of their industry, Guyana's plantation owners sought alternative sources of labor. Given the unappealing nature of the brutal and demanding work, they turned to employing indentured servants from other British colonies, with a significant majority coming from India. These servants would enter into contracts to work for 5 years, receiving food, housing, and a one-way passage to the colony in return. From the end of slavery until 1917, nearly 250,000 indentured Indian servants were brought to British Guiana, now Guyana. This historical pattern contributes to the division that exists in modern Guyana, with two dominant ethnic groups: the Indo-Guyanese, who are disproportionately engaged in agriculture and rural areas, and the Afro-Guyanese, who comprise the majority of the nation's urban population. As the 20th century began, Guyana discovered a new valuable resource. With the world exploring the various uses of aluminum, Guyana found abundant quantities of the ore used to produce it, called bauxite. In fact, Guyana's bauxite reserves were so extensive that by the 1960s, despite being a relatively small nation, it became the world's 4th largest producer. However, the country's heavy reliance on exporting raw resources and its colonial status meant that Guyana's vast wealth was largely exploited without significant improvements in the quality of life for its people. But as the world entered a new era of decolonization following the end of the Second World War, the people of Guyana hoped for a chance to take control of their own destiny. In 1953, Guyana achieved universal adult suffrage. However, with the election of Tgis, who was perceived as being too sympathetic to communism, the British temporarily suspended the constitution and deployed troops. Simultaneously, Tgis' party, the PPP, experienced internal divisions along ethnic lines, leading to Forbes Burnham, a leader of the Afro-Guyanese-dominated PNC, coming to power. This sparked violent ethnic riots that further polarized the nation. During the Cold War era, the United States supported the perceived less communist PNC, and combined with an election marred by unfairness, Forbes Burnham took power and led Guyana to independence in 1966. However, despite gaining political independence, Guyana remained economically dependent. A significant portion of the economy was owned by large foreign companies, with one example being Booker McConnell, a British-based company that controlled 85% of the nation's sugar production, which accounted for 1/3 of the economy, 13% of the workforce, and nearly 40% of Guyana's foreign exchange earnings. Additionally, 2 American and Canadian bauxite mining companies accounted for an additional 45% of the nation's export earnings. Many Guyanese argued that these companies not only exploited the nation's resources, but also actively hindered its development due to their overwhelming influence over the economy. Despite gaining independence, Guyana still faced significant challenges in achieving true economic autonomy. Over the years, efforts were made to address these issues and reduce dependence on foreign companies. Guyana sought to diversify its economy and attract foreign investment in various sectors. The government implemented policies to encourage local entrepreneurship and foster domestic industries. Efforts were made to develop infrastructure, improve healthcare and education systems, and create employment opportunities. One major development was the recognition of Guyana's vast potential in the oil and gas sector. In recent years, significant offshore oil reserves were discovered, opening up new possibilities for economic growth and prosperity. The government, in collaboration with international powers, worked to ensure responsible exploration and extraction of these resources, aiming to maximize the benefits for the country and its people. Furthermore, Guyana actively sought to strengthen regional and international partnerships. It became a member of several trade organizations and sought to establish mutually beneficial agreements with neighboring countries and global partners. These initiatives aim to enhance trade, attract investments, and foster economic cooperation. While progress has been made, challenges still persist. Guyana continues to face issues such as income inequality, poverty, and inadequate infrastructure in some areas. Efforts are being made to address these challenges through targeted social programs, infrastructure development projects, and inclusive economic policies. Despite the complexities and obstacles, Guyana's transformation from a disregarded region to a nation with significant economic potential is remarkable. The journey from colonization to independence, coupled with the discovery of valuable resources, has shaped the nation's history and set the stage for ongoing efforts to achieve sustainable and inclusive development. As Guyana moves forward, the focus remains on harnessing its resources, promoting diversified industries, empowering its people through education and skill development, and ensuring that economic growth benefits all segments of society. With strategic planning, effective governance, and strong partnerships, Guyana aims to realize its vision of becoming a prosperous and self-reliant nation offering a bright future for its citizens. Despite the hopes of the US and UK, Forbes Burnham agreed in 1970 to declare Guyana a socialist cooperative republic. This meant that the government would require a minimum ownership stake of 51% in any business venture. The intention was to limit foreign control over the economy while still allowing for necessary foreign expertise, management experience, and investment. However, foreign companies rejected the idea of shared ownership and refused to comply with the requirements. Consequently, over the next decade, the government proceeded to nationalize major foreign-owned companies, eventually gaining control over 80% of the economy. Initially, these efforts seemed successful as elevated global sugar and bauxite prices allowed the government to increase spending and drive economic growth. However, in the early 80s, the favorable commodity prices that had supported Guyana's economy declined sharply. Despite this, the government continued to increase spending and resorted to accumulating international debt to finance its agenda. The result was an economic downturn, exacerbated by the fact that nationalizing major corporations meant losing skilled foreign management teams and a steady supply of investment. As a consequence, productivity declined, and key industries such as bauxite, sugar, and rice production experienced significant drawbacks. These sectors represented a vast majority of the economy and foreign currency earnings. Instead of addressing the root issues, the government accumulated more debt and imposed stringent currency controls to avoid a financial crisis. Conditions deteriorated rapidly, leading to a mass exodus of 72,000 people, approximately a tenth of Guyana's population, between 1976 and 1981. As the government continued to accrue debt, reaching more than 6 times the GDP, funds were diverted away from productive investments like infrastructure, health, and education, further exacerbating the nation's living standards and making it increasingly difficult to repay debts in the future. By the late 1980s, faced with the imminent risk of bankruptcy and immense pressure from the international community, the Guyanese government implemented an ambitious economic recovery program. This program dismantled the socialist economy, ended self-imposed isolation, and eventually privatized significant portions of the state-owned sector. Supported by IMF-backed austerity measures, Guyana managed to avoid a catastrophic collapse. Simultaneously, in 1992, fair elections resulted in Indo-Guyanese leader Tgis assuming power. Unlike decades earlier, Tgis now supported democratization and economic reform. However, the subsequent 23-year rule of Indo-Guyanese government was marred by nepotism, corruption, widespread smuggling, and organized crime. The lack of opportunities led to a massive brain drain, with 80% of skilled workers leaving the country. Additionally, an over-reliance on raw resource exports hindered development, while infrastructure, education, and healthcare continued to be neglected. Adding to the challenges, bitter and ethnically polarized politics further undermined stability and the effectiveness of the system. By the mid-2010s, Guyana ranked as the third poorest nation in South America, with 40% of the population living in poverty and the highest suicide rate globally. It appeared that numerous obstacles hindered substantial improvements, leaving citizens to endure severe hardships or seek opportunities elsewhere. However, in 2015, a game-changing discovery altered Guyana's trajectory. Oil was found offshore after 80 years of speculation and 7 years of exploratory drilling. ExxonMobil's exploration revealed an abundance of oil beneath Guyana's coastal shelf, with the region accounting for 2/3 of the world's total oil discoveries in the past 7 years. Within a short period, Guyana transformed from having 0 estimated oil reserves to possessing 11.2 billion barrels, valued at nearly $1 trillion. Pumping only began in late 2019. Yet, by 2027, Guyana is projected to be producing over 1 million barrels a day, making it the producer of oil in the world on a per capita basis, dwarfing the outputs of Saudi Arabia, Norway, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait. Taking notes from Venezuela's economic chaos over the past 50 years, Guyana has implemented several measures to avoid a similar fate. Firstly, it has devised a plan to allocate a significant portion of its oil revenue towards highly productive investments. One key focus is the substantial improvement of the educational system by enhancing its quality and capacity, with the ultimate goal of making education free for all. Simultaneously, Guyana is actively revamping its healthcare system to transform into a net exporter of healthcare services to the region. This strategic move aims to generate foreign currency earnings while significantly improving the health and productivity of its citizens. In addition to these initiatives, Guyana has historically faced challenges due to its harsh climate and geography. With dense forests covering 87% of the country, building and maintaining infrastructure becomes more expensive and arduous. However, with the windfall of oil revenue, Guyana intends to construct an intensive network of roads and highways. This infrastructure development not only aims to connect cities and remote regions within the country, but also to establish better connections with neighboring nations. Alongside this, the construction of a new deep water port will enhance the nation's cargo capacity. The overarching goal of these projects is to reduce transportation costs, shorten transit times, and enhance Guyana's economic competitiveness. Perhaps the most pivotal step Guyana has taken to improve productivity is its investment in massive energy projects. These projects include the establishment of hydroelectric power plants, solar farms, and critically, a 300-megawatt gas-fired power plant. With the addition of a new oil pipeline, Guyana will leverage its own oil production to significantly reduce energy prices. This will make the transition to value-added manufacturing more feasible, resulting in increased revenue generation and improved employment opportunities. Furthermore, Guyana is making progress towards becoming a service economy, with the focus on call centers and IT, leveraging its advantages as the only English-speaking South American nation. However, the most crucial action Guyana has undertaken to avoid following Venezuela's path is the establishment of a sovereign wealth fund with strict rules governing saving and spending. This substantial investment fund ensures that all government oil revenues are channeled into it and sets stringent guidelines on annual expenditure. The fund's design aims to prevent the economy from being flooded with excessive money too quickly, thereby avoiding hyperinflation of the exchange rate. Moreover, it provides a buffer against short-term fluctuations in oil prices while securing savings and investments for future generations. If all these efforts unfold as planned, Guyana stands a good chance of becoming a highly prosperous nation within a few years. However, the success of these endeavors heavily relies on the ability of Guyana's political institutions to remain stable and intact. Unfortunately, the country has a history of corruption and inefficiency within its government and politics. Moreover, the ethnic polarization within the nation further undermines its stability. This situation is likely to result in the formulation of unsound economic policies aimed at garnering votes. For instance, there may be financial support for state-owned sugar plantations to appeal to Indo-Guyanese voters, despite the drain on resources. Under the current president, Irfan Ali, such instances have already occurred multiple times. Observers from outside express concerns that the relative lack of transparency in the wealth fund could potentially facilitate less than ideal use of the oil revenue. Furthermore, Guyana's weak law enforcement, property rights, and contract enforcement hinder foreign investment in sectors beyond mining and oil. Additionally, the country faces a race against time to capitalize on its oil reserves. Estimates suggest that global oil consumption will peak in less than a decade, which would substantially diminish Guyana's revenue potential thereafter. To navigate these challenges, Guyana needs to expedite oil extraction while simultaneously diversifying its economy and investing in its people. It must also ensure that its institutions are not swayed by greed amidst the influx of cash pouring into the country. Although current efforts seem promising, it is still too early to ascertain their long-term impact, and history has shown that nations in similar circumstances have faced adverse outcomes.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy Lord, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up look yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't show. Triangle you on the store. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner, 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417-584-733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
Lose those keys when you drink. From 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings, dear viewers, ladies and gentlemen. This is our weekly Addis Dialogue, which deals with current issues unfolding in Ethiopia and, of course, on the continent of Africa, in a bid to come up with solutions to the issues at hand and also to capitalize on the positive sides of the story. And in this regard, my guest today is the one and only Dr. Ambassador Arikana Chihombori. She's the former African Union Ambassador to the US. She's also the founder and the president of African Diaspora Development Institute, ADDI. She's a great public speaker, educator, diplomat, founder of medical clinics, and of course, an entrepreneur. And her career as a Pan-Africanist has taken her throughout the continent of Africa and the entire world. So we will talk about the great strides the wonderful continent of Africa has made so far, and the dangers and also the challenges that this continent is still grappling with the program. I'm Shifar Alakam, this is still us. Madam Ambassador, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
As I said in my intro, you are a great public speaker, educator, diplomat, and of course, an outspoken supporter of the great continent of Africa. As such an individual, what is Ethiopia to you personally? How about we start our discussion with this?
I think that is a great question, San. And I'm so glad that you started the program with this question. If the truth be told, we are all Ethiopians. Life as we know it began in Ethiopia. So right from the beginning, from the get-go, we are all Ethiopians. And of course, once all Ethiopians, we are all Africans as humanity, period. And that's something that we as Africans are not pushing out there. So everyone on earth must know that no matter what color of your skin, no matter where you live, first and foremost, you're Ethiopian and you're African, period. And then secondly, Ethiopia to me is so important. If you go back to 1963,
when Emperor Haile Selassie invited all the Pan-African leaders of that time to come to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to discuss the creation of an Africa that spoke with one voice, of an Africa that was united, of an Africa that should have been the center of the earth like it once was. So based on those two facts, this is why Ethiopia is so important to me. It's important to me, it should be important to all of us, not only as Ethiopians, not only as Africans, but as humanity in general. For when it's all said and done, we're all Ethiopians, we're all Africans.
Beautifully put. So obviously Ethiopia is the source of humanity, as you wonderfully said. And also Ethiopia, as you know, is a nation that has never been colonized and a country that is still a strong proponent of freedom and independence. So I want to ask you also this question, Ambassador. What is Ethiopia to the whole continent of Africa as well? And how should the countries on the continent, support Ethiopia and vice versa?
Let me say, when Prime Minister Abiy took office, I was quite impressed by the manner in which he handled not only affairs within Ethiopia, but affairs within the region, particularly the issue between Eritrea and Ethiopia. When he was able to call on the president of Eritrea and wanted to know, why are we fighting, my brother? We are the same people. Why aren't we having dinner together? Within a month or two, the issues pertaining to the war between Ethiopia and Eritrea had begun to take a turn. Not only did he look at issues pertaining to Ethiopia, but he also looked at issues pertaining to the unification of the region, as well as the unification of the continent in general. When you look at the reasons why he received the Nobel Peace Prize, those were good reasons, and those were facts of the work that Prime Minister Abiy had done within a short period of time. But unfortunately, when you look at what they finally turned around and are now trying to do to him, simply because they saw him as a leader who was actually going to bring sustainable results to the unification and development of the continent, they quickly turned against him because he was one who was truly charting a way forward for not only a united Ethiopia, but a united East Africa, and subsequently a united Africa. He was an emerging young leader with a vision, an emerging young leader who understood the basic issues as to why Africa is where Africa is today. And he sought out to remind each and every one of us that, my brother, I am your keeper. My sister, I am your keeper. His approach was practical. His approach is what this moment is calling for. But the powers that be, the invisible hands, they did not like the direction in which he was going. For what he had started was certainly going to take us to an Africa that was going to speak with one voice. That, for others outside Africa, is something they do not wish to see. And as such, we see an Ethiopia that we have today with conflicts that are unnecessary, conflicts that should not be there, conflicts that are clearly being funded from outside.
Talking about conflicts, as you know, the country has had a lot on its plate, to deal with so far, which ranges from issues coming from within and without, conflicts from within, pressures and sanctions from overseas. So with all such issues, Ambassador, how should Ethiopia go on, to sustain its integrity and unity? What are some of your observations here?
I think Ethiopia is already doing it. I mean, the fact that Prime Minister Abiy has survived the conflict, that alone is a huge success. We must also give credit where credit is due. The African Union has done a good job in making sure that we have the peace accord that we have currently. So Ethiopia is heading in the right direction. What is needed is continued support from other African nations to make sure that what is happening and what is being done to Ethiopia by the outside forces can also not be supported in other parts of Africa. It's happening, but the only way we can defeat and protect ourselves and defend ourselves against such forces is to continue to speak with one voice. That is where we have failed as a continent. We have failed as individual nations, the ability to speak with one voice. That is where we have failed as the continent to also say, how do we kill the Berlin Conference? Let me remind each and every one of your listeners, the Berlin Conference is alive and well today. The reason we're unable to lobby, come together, unite, and rally behind Ethiopia as one African continent is because the Berlin Conference is alive and well. Wherein lies the problem?
And also, one of the issues that Ethiopia, of course, we touched it earlier, that Ethiopia went through is the conflict between the federal government and the TPLF. I'm sure you are very well aware of this because you are following developments in Africa as a great supporter of the continent of Africa. And this issue has been solved following the peace truce in South Africa and also in Kenya. And many say that this is an indication of, African solutions to African problems, which is bearing fruit. So what do you see there? What are some of your observations?
Well, I think that we need to see more of that unity, more of an important role being played by the African Union, and more of saying enough is enough. We do not need outsiders coming to help us deal with African issues. We need to stop looking outside for African solutions or solutions to African problems. So this is one perfect example of how we should run our own affairs as Africans. African solutions to African problems. Outsiders, please back off. Outsiders, please stay out. And we too, as a united voice of Africans, we must make sure we create a thick wall that protects Africa and makes sure once and for all, the outsiders will not have an entry point into the issues pertaining to Africa. And also, we must understand that the issues that the outsiders are coming in pretending to offer solutions, these are issues that they themselves have created. And therefore, we cannot expect them to come to us with any meaningful solutions. Understand first and foremost that they created the conflicts within Africa. As such, we cannot expect them to bring any meaningful solution, except giving them a platform to be part of the discussions is only giving them the inside information and making sure that they strategize and maintain the conflict from inside. So let's be awake, alert, and oriented as we deal with outsiders. They do not call us as Africans to come and be part of any conflicts that they're having. The issues happening in Europe today between Russia and Ukraine, Africans are not being asked to be part of the discussions. They're only being asked to come in and fight the war and get killed. So if they don't call us to participate in any discussions leading to solutions to their conflicts, why then must we ask them, or should they offer any advice to come and participate in any discussions pertaining to issues within Africa? But above all, what keeps me awake, above all, what pisses me off royally is the realization that they come in as problem solvers for conflicts that they would have created. That to me is a travesty. And as Africans, we must understand it and begin to deal with it.
What should African leaders do, in the future? Not now, obviously. In the future, what should be done apart from the unity?
The African leaders need to stop just running off to the other countries outside Africa just because a head of state of a particular country is calling them. If the leaders truly want to engage Africa, they should come to the African Union and meet the African leaders on their turf. Don't say, I need to talk to you, so you come to me. It is laughable. It is ridiculous. It needs to stop.
Yeah.
If these foreign leaders want to engage African leaders, they must come to the African turf. They must come to the African Union and meet the African leaders in Africa, not calling on 54 African heads of states to go to one country because that particular leader wants to meet with them. We are making a joke, a mockery of ourselves as Africans if we continue to jump the hoops to go and answer the call to other leaders when they themselves, if they wish to speak to us, they must come to us. They did the same thing when Beijing called They did the same thing when France called. So that needs to stop also. It needs to change. The African leaders must demand that any foreign leader that needs to meet with them, they must meet them on the African soil. That must be done without fail. It is only the right thing to do. It is the just thing to do. It is the fair thing to do. I just think that it's something the African leaders need to take into consideration on a very serious level.
That's a great idea that you've just raised, Ambassador. Let me come to you. You're the founder and the president of African Diaspora Development Institutes. This institute is established to bring a bridge between the African diaspora and the continent of Africa. How successful have you been so far?
So far, so good. I think the first 2 years we're working on spreading the word, preaching the gospel of truth, awakening our people, getting them to refocus, getting them to understand that we are riding somebody else's train as people of African descent around the world. The world has an agenda against all people of African descent. The world has an agenda that says Africa cannot develop by any means necessary. We must understand that. And we need to create our own pathway. We need to jump off the other train and create our own train. We need to understand the root causes of why Africa is where Africa is today. And when it's all said and done, it starts with the mind. The mind that was told that you are African, you're black, you're like the devil, and you're undesirable. That they are white, they're more like the angels, and they're more desirable. That everything European was better, everything African was bad. Of course, all of it is nothing but lies. Lies that were designed to promote, first and foremost, to create white supremacy and maintain it. These are lies that we as a people have failed to denounce. As we started the program, we talked about all of us being Ethiopians, all of us being Africans, because life as we know it began in Africa. As such, we should be on the tallest pedestal. But instead, we're being told or being made to believe that we are inferior beings, when instead we are the ones who gave birth to humanity. So we spent the first 2 years awakening our people to that reality, awakening our people that Africa was before the rest of the world became. It is Africa that taught the world what it means to be human. It is Africa that taught the world what it means to be civilized. It is Africa that civilized the world. And our people must know that. It is only Africans who have the dominant gene of humanity. Fact, whether the world wants to hear it or not. The African gene is the only dominant gene, and it is indestructible. And it is singularly the reason why the world, the rest of the world, is afraid of Africa. Because they know, no matter how hard they can try, they cannot destroy the African. So that is an important message that our children must know. Our children must turn the corner and grow up knowing that they are living in a world that they gave birth to. That they are not inferior beings. Because as long as they live in a world that they feel inferior, they grow up to be inferior leaders. They grow up to be leaders who can be controlled. They grow up to be leaders who go to boardroom tables instead of speaking truth to power. They're scared. And so it is to this very day. Some of the very basic issues that we should be pushing up against as Africans, we do not because we are afraid. Afraid of what? Because we were simply told that you are inferior. So yes, the first 2 years we were moving forward, preaching the gospel of truth. We continue to preach the gospel of truth. We continue to awaken our people. We're now moving into phase 2 of African Diaspora Development Institute, where we are saying we can no longer continue to talk away and outside Africa. We must have boots on the ground, because the issues that we need to deal with in Africa can only be solved and dealt with by the Africans for the Africans. That we must do. So yes, we are succeeding. We are moving in leaps and bounds. The growth has been exponential. quite to my surprise, because the people are ready to receive the message. The people are ready to receive the truth. The truth about Africa must be told. And I like to go back and say what Emperor Haile Selassie started in 1963, where Kwame Nkrumah proclaimed Africa for the Africans and African Union now. Had we succeeded, had the wishes of Emperor Haile Selassie been observed back in 1963, had the Casablanca Group won, Africa would be sitting in a very different place today. But sadly, we failed to meet the demands of the Casablanca Group, who wanted Africa for the Africans and African Union now. Fast forward over 50-something years later, we're still struggling to create that meaningful unity of purpose. We're still struggling to create that Africa that speaks with one voice, a united Africa that our Pan-African fathers back in 1963 had hoped for. It is mission in progress, and it's going to take us as a people united, armed with truth, armed with facts about our history, that we can turn the corner and finish the unfinished business of our Pan-African fathers that goes back to 1963. That is the mission of ADDI, to continue to speak the gospel of truth, to give the world an overdose of our truth, an overdose of facts about us as a people of African descent, and above all, realization that for Africa to move forward is going to call upon us reclaiming that economic liberation that was never given to us. It is through economic liberation, it is through economic development that we can regain that economic power, which is singularly the one element that's keeping us from moving forward and developing and building the Africa that we want.
Wow, impressive idea, obviously, that you've just raised, Ambassador. Your career as a Pan-Africanist has taken you throughout the continent of Africa and the entire globe, of course. So from what you've observed, can you walk me through some of the great strides that Africa has made so far? And what are some of the things that still remains to be dealt with?
I think the biggest one for me, if you look at the wishes of the Pan-African fathers, the desire to have a united Africa speaking with one voice, an Africa with one central bank, an Africa with one stock exchange, an Africa with one monetary fund, an Africa with one military, and an Africa with one customs union. Of all those, we've accomplished one, which is the creation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. If that can succeed, if that can be supported, that is one biggest win that I think will propel Africa to move forward in the right direction. The next one is the discussion of free movement of people. If we can accomplish that, where Africans can move freely without need for a visa, it is in the discussion. That must be ratified, that must be approved, and the children of Africa must be free to move around the continent without having to produce any passport or need for a visa, because we are Africans when it's all said and done. So if we mean business, if the AfCFTA is to succeed, free movement of people must be ratified, free movement of people must be approved, and African passport must be available to all Africans. Also, the involvement and the movement, starting with the African Union, of empowerment of women. It's something that the African Union is taking very seriously. It's something that a lot of African leaders are also taking very seriously. President Kagame has led the way by having one of the largest cabinets that is women-led. More countries are following suit. I think we're now averaging around 30%, a lot of parliaments and cabinets that are now women. And so strengthening the women voices is another area that I would like to see us do more. But the fact that the conversations are taking place, that's a plus, even though the conversations are not where they need to be, but at least the discussions are taking place. In terms of our continued unity, we are beginning to see more and more regional conversations, regional trade taking place. So slowly but surely, we are nowhere near where we need to be. But I would say the greatest achievement for now is the AFCFTA. And it's an entity that I hope we can all rally behind, we can all support, because its success also is the success of Africa's economic development and our ability to trade among each other.
Definitely, definitely. I wish we could continue, Ambassador, but unfortunately we are running out of time. So I'm afraid I have to stop it here. I hope we'll meet someday again, because you have wonderful ideas, you know, and your cause should be propagated properly. So Ambassador, thank you so much for your ideas.
Thank you so much for having me, and continue the great work of promoting our beloved continent. It is young people like you who are going to make sure that Africa's voices are heard, not only in Africa, but around the globe.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Well, dear viewers, thank you as well for having been with us. Until I see you next time with another program, it's goodbye from me. Shukran alaikum.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT, unite to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
A piece of the family I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college, on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm marvel out yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they got to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
To arrive alive, don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
All right, peace to the family out there. Shouts to the family. All right, we about to get started. We got an important, amazing show coming up. Y'all see who I'm with. Before we get started, make sure you hit the like button. Tell your friends and family. We got an important show coming on tonight. And let's get to a quick commercial before we get started, family.
Sometimes I wake up in the morning feeling stressed. Sometimes I wake up feeling like I never slept. Sometimes I don't wanna wake up cause I'm depressed. But today when I woke up I felt blessed. Yes, I'm thankful I could breathe. Thankful for the breath, thankful for the heart beating in my chest. Superman S. I fell in love with life, not afraid of death. Fell in love with life, fell in love with sex. Sinner, I confess. I love my gold, melanated flesh. It absorbs, it protects like a bulletproof vest. I kill all my demons and then I ask who's next. I'm the son of Osiris, I'm coming for the suit test. Suplex, God is blood, God is great. I thank Him for the food on my plate. I just ate mashed potatoes and steak. Victory is sweet, come get a taste. The flavor in your air is baked Mac with the bass. Been broke, can't break, got money in the bank. Every day someone dies, someone's born. Get a cake, set a date, get a suit, get a tie, get a date. God is always on time, never late. Celebrate, get in shape, meditate, levitate, elevate. Men destroy, men create, real women menstruate. And the sound I make emanates my life. And the song I sing celebrates my life. Celebrate your life, celebrate your life. Celebrate today, celebrate tonight. Celebrate your life, celebrate your life. Everything was dark, God invented light. Everybody celebrate your life, celebrate your life. Celebrate today, celebrate tonight. Accepted all my wrongs, celebrate the right. When I die, celebrate my death, see what heaven's got. I feel glorious, victorious. The medal dangle on my...
All right, celebrate your life.
That was nice. Yeah.
You ain't know I do music, Professor. I do music production. I did that beat.
Really?
Yeah, I did that beat.
Well, that was nice. It's apropos for what we're going to talk about tonight.
Excellent. Without further ado, y'all see what it is. Y'all see who I got, the living legend with me right now. None other than Professor James Small, my brother, my elder. Welcome back. Good to have you back here, man.
Thank you, Brother Rich. It's good to be back. For the last 4 months, I've been on a journey, but I'm back.
Yeah, listen, I heard about it. Let me just tell the people right now. I know that the elder didn't tell me to do this, but I want to do it because I know the elder. Somebody had told me you was going through something, and I just life been moving so fast. I didn't get a chance to call you. What I want to do right now is I want the people to show you some love. I'm gonna put his Cash App. The elder's been sick for the past couple of months, and I want y'all to show him some love. He's been out of work, and I just want y'all to show the elder some love on the Cash App. You know, whatever, you don't have to, but if you can, definitely support the elder. I'm gonna make it my mission during the show to send you a nice donation, elder. Cash App.
You always do. I always appreciate you, brother.
Tell the people what else you've been up to while I put this Cash App up here, Professor.
Yeah, for years I've spoken about the fact that I've had a prostate issue. So for about 35 to 38 years, I've been dealing with a prostate that should be the size of a walnut. Mine was bigger than a grapefruit. So it interfered with all of the function in my lower extremities for 35 years. I had to go through some terrible stuff, from hemorrhaging, from wearing diapers, from wearing catheters. I've given lectures. People didn't know I had a catheter on in the bag strapped to my leg. I mean, for years, going through that because I figured this is what I got to do to survive. And I didn't, did not want to not do my work, right? So I said, okay, this is what I got to do. This is the name of the game. And I did not want to be butchered. The only treatment they had was to do some very invasive surgery, and that always left people debilitated. So I said, I'm going to do the herbal thing. I'm going to stick with my doctors. I work with them, but I worked with the herbalists as well, especially in Africa and here. And that got me through 35 years. But I came back from Africa in August and the world just crashed, just hemorrhaging at home and in and out the emergency room every day, and finally in the hospital for 3 weeks, and then out of the hospital, then back in for surgery, and then 4 weeks recovering from that. And what they did is a new procedure called embolism catheterization. They actually go in through your wrists,
wow,
with these electrodes, and go all the way down through your body to your groin, and they cut off the flow. They actually catheterize some of the main blood vessels that feed the prostate and force it to shrink. You don't want to kill it. You want to make it shrink because you still want it to function as a prostate should function. And so they actually shrunk it. It shrunk itself. It realized, okay, with this big thing, I need 10 pounds of oxygen, but they cut this down to 4. If I'm going to live, I have to cut down my needs to 4. So it shrunk itself. It fought me for about a week. And they told me, they said, look, this thing's going to fight back. And it fought back for about a week. I mean, you feeling all kind of crazy stuff. And then you can feel the contraction. And your body starts functioning normal. But after nearly 40 years, I was able to have a normal urination, a normal going to the bathroom. And I felt odd, like, I'm normal. I feel good. And I didn't know what feeling good on a daily basis was. Even though I handle it now, because very few people knew how bad it was, even though I spoke about it. And I plan to do a show with somebody, maybe come on your platform and just talk to young people about this prostate situation. Because mine started in my early 40s. You know, it doesn't just hit you when you get 60 and 70s. I'm 78 now. But when this started, I was in my 40s and didn't know what it was. And the doctors didn't know what it was because men were dying before the age 70. So there was no money in prostate. Now we're living into the 80s and 90s. Now there's money, right? So they're doing the research and stuff because there's money in prostates now. And it's weird. And I had a chance to take advantage of that new procedure. And it worked well. So far, I'm in the 7th week. No side effects whatsoever. The only thing with the soreness, when you're going through the procedure, they can't put you under. You have to be fully awake.
Right.
You're going to be suffering some pain and you're going to hear all the noise. And they're looking at a TV screen and manipulating these little things down in your body.
Yeah.
And you hear the doctor cussing, God, dang, I missed it.
Wow.
and you're going like, oh my God. And one time they said, well, we may have to send Mr. Small home and let him heal for a while and bring him back next month. That's when I got heavy on the ancestors and said, Mama, please let them find this thing and fix it now. Yeah. And those ancestors stepped in there within 2 seconds. The guy said, I got it. Right. You know, it took another hour and a half for them to finish. But it was quite an experience dealing with the ancestors, really learning what I've been trying to teach for years and see that nearly all of it was real. When I was laying in that hospital room to have my ancestors come and visit me, first it spooked me. I'm not going to lie. First, I didn't want to believe it, even though I'm yatting, talking it all the time. And then when I realized there's somebody in here with me and they're trying to talk to me, and I just relaxed and let it be. And I told them I want to go home. And the doctor says, I had tubes running all up, brother. I won't even describe the tubes going to me. And then the stuff going through the needles. And they told me, well, you can't go home and I can't remove them. But the night after I had the big visitation from the ancestors, homies, Dr. Rowland, the next 107 class, so you're going home today. I said, you just told me last night you couldn't remove none of the stuff. So I'm taking all the stuff out of you and you're going home. No explanation. Except I knew I had that conversation with the big boys and the big girls. And they said, we're going to take care of you. And people were praying all around the world and around the country. Prayer is real. I don't care what religion you're using to do it. Okay. I learned that one. Thoughts. You can send thoughts. Thoughts ain't nothing but energy. And I could feel the energy coming from my people. I could feel the libation being poured by my people in Africa who were calling and said, Prophet, we're pouring libation for you. And I felt it. I knew all these things was happening. And I fought because they gave me the strength to fight back. Because I thought I was like going to do the exit piece, right? If it had gotten bad after 3 weeks in the hospital, your body start giving in, especially when you don't know quite what's wrong with you and why they can't fix it. And they're giving you medicine every day, and some of it is narcotics, and your body's not your body no more. So you have to get through all of that. And not because of me, I got through it because of my people, because of the love, because of the prayers, because of the good thoughts, because of the ancestors, and the thing we're going to talk about, that thing called God.
Can't wait to have this conversation with you tonight, Elder. I'm not going to keep you too long. I want you to get your rest. Before I put this Cash App, I want to make sure I got the right name, because people be sending it to the scammers. The scammers have a name that's real similar to yours, but it's not yours.
They got me a few times.
They a couple of people. I got a fast group, and a couple of people got caught up, and they sending it to the wrong people. Then they end up getting mad at me. So let me make sure I got the right Cash App. I'm gonna spell it out: DRJAMESSMALL.
Yes.
All right, just want to make sure. I don't need the scammers getting all the professors' donations. My brother has been through a lot, and I want to make sure my brother's good. All right, so make sure you support the brother. With that being said,
you always do. I tell people the only guy that ever really take care of me is Brother Rich. He makes sure that that's always done from the beginning. You know,
I take care of my elders. You, Dr. Valentine, my elders. I make sure y'all good. Sister Myra, I make sure y'all good. So it's an honor. You know, I'm blessed.
You're very respected. The people respect the way you handle your podcast.
Indeed.
You know, you're
it's an
quite
honor. It's an honor. Professor, let's get started. This is the a very common question, $1 million question you hear a lot of people ask. A lot of people with melanated skin, very frustrated, very confused as to why God will allow Black people to go through what they go through, considering what we know about slavery, consider what we see on the news every day, considering our own individual experience in this life, whether it's the school system, the jail system, the education system, the workforce. It's like everywhere we go, the darker you are, you're always at the bottom. It always seems like there's some type of conspiracy against the darker skinned people. And it's like, it's just tough. It could get tough psychologically on you. It could get real tough being a melanated person. Then on top of that, people are telling you, oh, you know, you got children to take care. You got a wife to take care of. You're a man. If you're a woman, you got to cook for your family. You got to be strong every day, despite everything that a group of people has gone through in the last 500, 600 years. And people want to know, why would God allow this to happen? I've heard different reasons. The Moors, I've heard, you know, in the Bible, they say Black people are cursed, the curse of Ham. So I've heard different things, but I haven't heard your perspective, Professor James Small. It's a question that we want to know. It seems like, when the hell is it going to end? Professor, if we got all this magic and power and like you said, the ancestors, why did this have to happen to our people, my brother?
First of all, I'm not informed, nor am I instructed by the Torah, by the Bible, or the Quran. My conclusions, my analysis is not based on anything from the Abrahamic confusion and illusion.
That's what you call it.
Confusions and illusions.
All right.
The reason people are having problem trying to figure out why God let this happen, because they're looking for God every place except in the mirror. Say that again. The reason people are having problems trying to figure out why God let this happen, because they're looking for God everywhere except where they should look for God, in the mirror. There isn't a single African culture, nor is it expressed in a single African language. And even those who are talking about Kemet and Medu Neter, they're expressing what they're looking at very wrongly. The Africans never saw God as a people, person, place, or thing. The Africans, in all of their language, saw God as the totality of everything, including you. Let me say that again. The Africans saw God as the totality of everything that exists, including you. And if you don't carry out your role as the God of your kingdom, which is yourself, and you're looking for some God in the sky or in the ground or in the wood or someplace else, you're going to be in a situation Black people find themselves in now. You're chasing some illusion that's dead and on a cross, or you're chasing some illusion that's a mystery that makes you pray a certain amount of time a day, or you're chasing some illusion that you said brought you some laws that has never worked, even for yourself. Because when I read your documents, you're all committing genocide against whole people, and so your God told you to kill all these people and take their lands, and so you can't say you believe in all of that when the very gods you saying you believe in makes the people who brought it to you rich by killing you, because now you become the best killer of yourself. So that's not the God I'm talking about. Matter of fact, the word God does not encompass, it doesn't have the capacity to describe what the African means when they talk about Jianyami, Inyankampon, Oludumare, They're talking about the universe and everything in it as being the divine, including you.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Africans want to understand why we're in our situation, because you don't have the courage to be the God you were created to be. You want to be a slave. You want to be a servant. You want to be Abdul. You want to be the servant of Jesus. You want to submit to Yahweh. Well, I don't submit to a damn one of them. I don't submit to nothing. I am the universe. You are the universe. We are all just expressions of aspect of the divine totality. And our responsibility is to free ourselves and fight for ourselves, not wait for some mystery God or some mystery potion or some black magic to do anything. We lost the war with the Europeans, which didn't start 500 years ago. That's when the African-American experience began. We were in this war with the Europeans when the Hittites, when the Hyksos first invaded our land in Northeast Africa. And then the Hittites followed with their invasions twice. Then the Assyrians followed with their invasions twice. And we're now talking almost 1,000 years of enemy taking our land. And then you have the Romans and the Greeks, and then the Persians coming in twice. And then you have the Romans coming into North Africa and creating the mulattoes that we now call Moors for the most part, because the history they're talking about is not a black history. It is a mixed race history. Then you got the Visigoths, the Germans invade North Africa and drive the Romans out. And then the mixed breed Arabs come in and mix with the black folks who call themselves Moors and drive the Visigoths, the Germans, into Spain and the Romans back into Italy. So we're fighting wars for about 3,000 plus years before we really got our behinds whipped. And we got whipped because we felt become the enemy is the best way to defeat the enemy. So we converted wholesale in North Africa to Islam. And in the East, the Aksum Empire under, what's the brother's name? King Annas, whatever. It'll come to me. Became a Christian. Ethiopia didn't start Christianity. They borrowed a Christianity that was started by some mixed race and black folks in Turkey in what became the Byzantine Empire. And they took that and spun it and made what they've got. And in partnership with the Coptic Church, which was the blacks in Egypt, breaking away from the Romans and Constantine and trying to keep their culture intact. These religions were first not churches like we know them today. They were the everyday culture of the people. But when you get conquered by another group that dominates your society, you have to hide to express yourself. So churches grew out of people having to be themselves in secret. And then you're hanging on to belief because you're no longer in control of your daily reality. Because somebody with a sword that just kicked your butt is in control. And the way you handle it, we made a fundamental mistake. Let's become them and defeat them the way we did them. But you can never be a better killer than the killer. You can never be a better thief than the thief. You can be a good thief and a good killer, and we've proven that. Because we kill ourselves better than almost anybody. We steal from ourselves better than anybody, from one end of Africa to the Caribbean to the US, wherever we find ourselves in Europe. But what about becoming the African again? How did the African make a decision? Who is in partnership with me? Who can I trust? Who do I build friendship with? Who do I build alliance with? What must their understanding, not belief, but their knowledge-based understanding of how this world works? If you look at the Yoruba religion, it's not about no believing in one God. Many of us who have become Yoruba or practice the religion of Ifa in the methodology used by the Yoruba, because there's no Yoruba religion, there's a Yoruba people. They practice an understanding of the sacred science that they call Ifa, which means the wisdom of the universe. Okay? And so what is that body of wisdom? It tells you how to have a relationship with one another based on humanity and empathy. Not how to rob and steal and carry on envy and jealousy and hatred and violence in order to see power. And so because we got beat up physically, we think all we have to do now is become physically better at beating people up than the people who beat us up. And wonder why nothing is changing. Because you become your own worst enemy. Africans never worship a god, a thing, or a person. Africans realized and participated in the fullness of the universe itself. Remember, the planet Earth is just another object in the universe. We're spinning in outer space like everybody else. We are just as alien as any other thing on any other planet. Okay? We're just part of this greater universe. Everything in the universe affects us, and we affects everything there. Well, what we're calling African religion, which I prefer to call African sacred science, is an understanding of that relationship and the kind of communal, collective, cooperative cohesion it will allow one to have when you practice it based on the knowledge of it, so that you can't be conquered. All of Africa was never conquered. There are people in Africa that didn't even know the slave trade took place until recent years. They didn't even know it happened. Okay? Because they were able to defend themselves. There were wars. We fought wars in Africa against the European, but the European came out of a culture of domination, destruction, and death. It's a killing machine. Study the history of Europe going back before the Greeks and the Romans. And you won't find 10 years in the last 3,000 years when they weren't fighting a war with one another or multiple wars. That is their culture, a culture of wars, domination, destruction, and death. You think you're going to outdo them? We tried. We should have retreated back to being ourselves. And that's what we need to do now. We used to sing a song in the 60s. It says, who will survive America? Very few very few crackers, no ends at all. Or very few ends, no crackers at all. All right? The only people that would survive would be those of us who was willing to be African enough to behave in a manner that nature became your friend and your partner, and you became a friend and partner of nature. That the cosmology became your friend and your partner, and you became a friend and partner of the cosmology through an understanding and a gaining of the knowledge that allow you to develop the communal, collective, cooperative relationship, both internally and externally, that will allow for that to happen. You're a part of God. People say, oh, God created everything. No. I came from between the legs of a black woman out of her vagina as a result of my father's penis having a relationship with her womb via her vagina. So if God creates, then who was my mama and daddy? Were they not creating me? Isn't that how human beings get created? So if that's how human being gets created, then mama and daddy is a part of God that carry out creation. Does that make logical sense to anybody? It doesn't make sense without me saying it. But we'd rather have an illusion saying God created. Yeah, God created, if you want to use the word God, that's an English word to describe that totality, but that is not what you're describing. When we say God, we're talking about an individual, a man or an entity or something up there that makes decisions for the good and decisions against the bad. That's not how nature works. That's not how the universe works. That's not how nothing in cosmology works. Everything is cause and effects, positive and negative, fighting for balance and harmony, action and reaction. And the Africans understood that. So if you look in their language, any Bantu language, you'll see their word for people, person, place, or thing. All of them have their word for God, either as a suffix or prefix, which is to say that God is in everything and everything is in God. It's a oneness, but you must be conscious of that oneness. And you must be able to practice based on the knowledge and understanding, not an attack on nature, but having a complementary partnership with nature and everything in it. You know, you don't pollute the river. You know, you don't pollute the earth. You don't pollute the air. All of those are antagonistic relationships towards your brother and your sister. Nature is your brother and your sister. And so how do we see that when we study African culture? Culture is not the clothing we wear. It's not the hairdo. Culture is the concepts, ideas, and principles that you're trying to teach with the hairdo and with the clothes and with the dance and with the music and with the drama. You're trying to teach concepts, ideas, and principles about how the universe works, how the human body works, how the ecology works, how the environment works, and how it all works in harmony. And so that's why you create metaphor and allegory. That's why you carve statues like Shango behind me being the king. There's no person named Shango. That wood is nothing. That's wood. I could chop that shit up and carve another one. What I'm trying to say with that carving is the symbol of the king talks about having courage, talks about getting rid of the ego, talk about destroying arrogance, talk about destroying envy, talks about destroying jealousy, so that you raise yourself principally above to be an example for others to follow. So that's why they use the symbol of the one thing in the environment that is supposed to be representative of the totality for that environment. But we try to take our Christian form consciousness and then express African reality through that Christian Judeo-Islamic consciousness. It doesn't work. People say, yo, in Africa, the brothers and sisters are Muslims. Yeah, I was a Muslim. I was a Haji. I went to Mecca. I don't think you were born yet, Brother Rich. You know, I was an imam. My name is Al-Hajj Amin Ashahid, the faithful witness. I noticed I don't have no Abdullah now. I was no faithful slave of the witness. I wasn't the faithful servant of the witness. I was the faithful witness.
Right.
But that wasn't that approach to life that the Arab have brought forth to the world, and the Turks, it's really the Turks. The Arab may have initiated, but the Turks took the system from them back in the 8th century. Okay? We call them all Arabs, but they're not. So you had Kurds and Turks and Eastern European have created this religion called Islam, have written all these hadith and interpreted what it's supposed to be like based on their barbarian, anti-human, anti-nature, domination, destruction, and death culture coming out of Europe and southwestern Asia. So stop playing. If people want to know truth, then study. And if you've been studying any of these religions, you can't come to any other conclusion than what I've just said. Yes, you can use any of them to do good. We use Christianity to do good and help us across a lot of difficult times here in North America. We use Islam in West Africa. We use it to help us through some very, very difficult times. But some of the biggest slave traders in West Africa was the Muslim community. You know, let's not miss that. We fought jihads, wars against one another to conquer and take control and convert. And those who didn't, we sold them to the enemy. And now we want to pretend that there's some special God because we pray a certain way, we wear a kufi a certain way, and cut our beard and shave it a certain way, that we are somehow different and better than the people whose children we sold as prisoners of war to the most barbaric bunch of garbage Europe could produce. Know your history, it will erase the mystery. Know your history, it will erase the mystery. Let's come back to the initial question of God so people can feel, because they're like, oh, Brother Small, attacking our religion. We don't have to beat him up. I am attacking your religion. You can practice any religion you want. But if the result is no better than what you've been getting, you better come and talk to me.
Right.
Listen, Malcolm said, if it ain't did no more for you than it has done to this point, you don't need it anyway. Stop playing. Stop playing. You know, we look and we see something doesn't work, but because the enemy does it, because it's a copy of what the enemy does, we do it until we can't do it no more, even though it's not working at all. It's not working at all. Got the beautiful literature that they've written down. Well, you can't write down the wisdom of the universe, fool. What book is big enough for that? You can't write down the story of creation. What book is big enough for that? Stop lying. Stop playing. Stop being children to white people's lack of understanding, his lack of capacity to comprehend reality. It doesn't even have the courage to care whether it destroys itself. So it destroys everything else in its path. Domination, destruction, and death. In the African mind that's organized around African genesis and authenticity, God is every and all things at once, including me and you. It's not a person. It's not an entity. It's not something up in the sky or down in the ground or made up of wood. God is everything, from the bumblebee to the fly, from the wood to the human, from the cloud to the gases, from the water to elements in space we don't know. All of it makes up that thing that you call the divine. And you're a part of it intricately, and you're made up of all the things that make up all the things. In Africa have sacred science systems, which we erroneously call African religions, but they are sacred science systems, which some call the wisdom schools. But the Africans never call their system a wisdom school. They call it their sacred science, their understanding of cosmology, ecology, and the human being's role in it. And so, who was supposed to protect you from the lynchman except you? You come to kill you, kill him.
Indeed.
Not being afraid to kill him, and you're going to blame God because you were a coward?
Indeed. Well, Professor, what I want to know also is, and that was a thorough breakdown, and I definitely appreciate it. But I know a lot of people are curious, Professor. Before we took on the Abrahamic religions, or whatever you call them, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, a lot of people say we were doing something that caused us to fall. Once we fell, we got indoctrinated with those religions. What were we doing? Were we doing something, Professor?
From where?
Grace.
What the hell is grace? What is grace?
What I'm trying to say is, we're at the bottom right now, Professor. We don't even have a black community. We don't own any of this stuff. I'm talking about when we own shit, Professor. When we had our own.
We still own it. Do you want to fight to keep it? We still own everything in the ground in Africa. But you want to stand by and let somebody else come and steal it and talk about God didn't stop them? You deserve losing it.
What were we practicing when that happened?
You are God. We were practicing knowing that we were God having a human experience.
And we still
allowed ourselves to be frightened and intimidated of death by this brute. Once you became a coward and not willing to die for what was yours, you have a right to be imprisoned. You have a right to be enslaved.
We became cowards, you say?
Dessalines told us, freedom or death. And when Dessalines lived and articulated freedom or death, Haiti was winning the revolution. When they murdered Dessalines and went back to the Catholic bull, Haiti lost the revolution. You know, Malcolm X told you, the price of freedom is death. And he showed you how you had to be willing to die like he was willing to die. But you're not willing to die like Malcolm, so you don't deserve the freedom.
Plain and simple, huh?
Plain and simple. Water is wet.
That was a simple answer, Professor. That was a simple answer, Professor.
But it's deeper in that we have to be able not to want what the murderer wants. Now, if you want to be like the murderer, but you ain't as good a murderer as he is, you can't blame God for that. You want to be like the murderer. You want to be Frank Lucas. You murder some black folks with dope, make me $5 million. I want to be Bumpy Johnson.
Bumpy Johnson.
I want to be Nicky Barnes.
Yeah.
Ask them what it was like at the end of the day. I know a couple of them. It wasn't all that the movie said it was. I can guarantee you that.
Right.
So let's come to now. Here we are in Black America. About 60 million strong. White folks say we 45 and they miss about 15%. But okay, I'm saying 60 and I think I'm still being modest. Because I'm not talking about my African Latino brothers, right? Who would make us about 90 million if they were to wake up to the fact that a language don't determine your race, right? Nobody called me British. I'm not considered to be Anglo. You know what I'm saying? I speak English. But then they will see me as an African. But if you speak Spanish, you be black as midnight. You're no longer an African. So that kind of ignorance is what we have to fight against. Know the truth. And this is an old dictum long before any of the Abrahamic religion, going back beyond Kemet. And the truth will set you free. Know and understand your reality. When you die and they put you in that casket, they do like we did Brother Sekou Sunday out of the day. We buried him in a wooden box in the ground. When Sekou rots, his body will break down into the 400 plus minerals that makes his body up, and it will dissipate back into the earth where it came from. We are dirt at the end of the day, because all the vegetables we eat is made out of dirt. Don't think about it now, because we don't think about that. We put a little carrot seed in the ground, and then the dirt creates this carrot, right? We put a tomato seed in the ground, and the dirt creates this tomato. So the dirt becomes the tomato. We don't even ask, how does dirt become a tomato? We just gobble down the tomato. All right? The energy that's in that tomato is the reason we gobble down the dirt that makes up the tomato, because we want the energy that's in the tomato to energize our body so we can keep being animated. Right? So our bodies, like me now, here I am 78, I'm talking, I'm moving, I can lift things, I do my exercise every day, I be curling my little weights and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Trying to just keep this machine going. Well, I'm matter and I'm energy. We accept that the science that we think we know today says neither can be destroyed. So why are we even thinking about death? Because of fear and ignorance. When someone cuts you off just one generation from being instructed and informed by your culture, you're in a state of ignorance towards who you are. And the only chance you have to put in any fighting back is to try to become who they are. And if their total way of life is making sure you never become who you should be, then you now become the master of keeping you from becoming who you should be. I hope that was made simple enough. And then back to God. God ain't a person, place, or thing. God is everything. And I'm a part of that everything. You, Brother Rich, is a part of that everything. When my mother and father gave birth to me, they had sex. They must have had a good old time. I ain't even embarrassing them. They enjoyed themselves.
Had a good time, huh?
They had a good time. And at the end of that good time, Daddy shared all of what was him with Mommy, who shared of all of what was her, and all of what was him and her became me. I am they. So they're not dead because I'm them going forward. When I die, those 8 children I have already, they're already me. They're me going forward. The 20-something grandkids I got, they're me going forward. I am eternal.
Right. Indeed.
We are the universe. We function the way the universe functions. That's the way of life of the African being. Not some ego, arrogant, envy, jealous, murderer, thief, marauder, seeking power and pleasure. As we've learned from the incomplete man, the depreciated being. Okay? There's some things in nature that does not have the capacity to comprehend divinity. So they make themselves divine. They turn God into man. Amen. And then they kill the man that they turned God into. They say, well, we kill him, but he's going to rise again and come back. Then they'll be ready to kill him again with a new story twist.
A new story twist. Yeah.
And then the other story, most people don't understand. When you read the Quran is made up of the Old Testament, New Testament, and the last the last revelations coming from the prophet. They're all the same religion at different times in history. And what it was designed for was to civilize the barbarian that invaded Northeast Africa. We gave them that body of knowledge. But we didn't give them everything. We gave them enough because we thought that it would civilize them and stop this genocide that we had been a couple of 1,000 years involved in. But it didn't. He took what we gave them and expand his ability to commit genocide on the world and took over the whole globe. So we must take responsibility for that. But now we need to go back and find what we left behind. Because you can't tell me that we can go to church every Sunday. The prison knows millions or more black people than Christians. They're Christians. 1/4 of them become out Muslims.
Indeed. You know, real quick, Professor. When it comes to, you're talking about freedom and this concept of freedom, and
oh yeah, I like that word.
Yeah, one of the things that get brought up with freedom, two good things that get brought up when it comes to getting your freedom is economics. Gets the conversation economics. The Brother Rock used to always talk about economics.
Yeah, I love Brother Rock. That was my man.
Another thing that gets brought up is spirituality. What I want to ask you, those is two good things to bring up when it comes to freedom. What about developing a language separate from the English language? How much of
we already have languages separate from the English language. They're not all spoken all over Africa. We don't need to develop a new language.
You don't think we need to develop a new? You just think
we need to learn we need to learn any number of our language that's available to be learned. Starting from Swahili, people say, well, Swahili have some Arabic relationship, then dump Swahili. Go to the Akan, go to the Yoruba, go to the Shona, go to the Inabeli, go to the Zulu, go to the Khoisan. Yeah, we got a bunch of languages. We don't need a new language.
Well, not a new language.
It would be an advantage for every African child, especially in the Western Hemisphere, to learn an African language, because you will see the world quite differently. You will see the world quite differently. You would stop saying God, and in your brain is a man somewhere up in the sky.
Right.
It's supposed to be helping you out because you're righteous. And a damn one of us can even live up to the standard of what any of those religions call righteous. Not even me.
Right.
And I'm a good dude. So let's stop playing that game that the European has put you to play. While he robs you blind, turn you into all kinds of freak in order to let you become millionaires. Cat, old brother Cat, whatever his name, he wasn't lying. He's the comedian. He's telling the truth. People know they got turned out and all kinds of stuff for the money, and they're coming out trying to be the b-boy. Cut the stuff. Let's deal with truth. Indeed. Most of our people, if you look at what happened in America, from the time we got here, we were fighting. Okay. Prince Hall was formed in 1780 something. The AME Church was formed in 1777, Prince Hall. AME Church was born in the same time. The Black Baptist Church was born around that same time in the 1770s, 1780s. Meaning from the time we got on the soil, we were fighting for ways to remain ourselves. But when someone takes away your institutional framework, takes away your ability to use your language to communicate, you've got to then use your understanding of reality to take his institutions and recreate them so that his institutions become the sanctuary for you as you try to secretly maintain within you your institutions. And so we use the Black church like it was a nuclear bomb. And then we forgot what the hell we were doing in the late 50s and early 60s and try to imitate white Christians. The Black Christians of the 1800s and the 19th century were not imitating white Christians. Out of that church came our politics, our sociology, our education. It was the sanctuary in which the African world recreated itself behind the walls of a Christian facade. but not having any access generation after generation after generation to an African way of creating institutional frameworks, we settled for what we had. But there was always those people coming along all through the centuries that was telling us, let's go back to Africa. Let's use an African way. Voodoo never died. Voodoo is an African word for the totality of the universe. It means the essence of God in things. Comes out of the Fawn language and the Ewe language. You know, we never lost our way. We just was blocked from using our institution, and we were forced to then transform the European institution to serve the aspirations of the African community. We name everything African, the African Free Lodge, the African, this is 1700, the African Methodist Church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Free African Society, the African Baptist Church. We didn't wait for Adam Clayton Powell, Jesse Jackson to use that word African. We were using those words in the 1700s and 1800s to name all of our organizations. We knew who we were, but we were not allowed by law and by tyranny to practice who we were using methodologies that came out of our history. Now we can do it because we've fought enough. We've kicked down enough walls and enough doors. We can go back to Africa, and we have gone back to Africa, and many of us have relearned how our ancestors saw reality. We have relearned how our ancestors saw themselves in cosmology and ecology. And we are coming back and trying to teach one another. Don't tell me about some dead God and some God you pray to every day, but the only thing that he can get you, can't even get you a pass out of prison. It just lets you stay out of trouble in prison. I'm not into none of that. Okay. And come telling me that I'm the chosen. And I like some of us, any brother and sister feel that you were chosen and you were given land, get on El Al and go to the land. Go take it back. What you bother me for? Okay. Stop playing. It sounds good when you rat-tat-tat and all this off. The Bible said this, but the Bible is a fairy tale document that's only a few seconds old in terms of time. Doesn't represent anything significant in terms of how the world was formed or designed. Most of it is plagiarized African knockoffs, philosophically.
Indeed. Professor, I want to get to a couple of questions from the people. I want to monitor your health and make sure you get your rest, Professor. So I want to get to a couple of questions before we get out here from. I want to give them the opportunity. They're in the chat arguing and shit, man. These people crazy. In the chat.
Don't argue. Love ye one another that ye may be loved. Isn't that what your religion teaches y'all?
Fighting like cats and dogs. But let me put your cash app back. Well, hold up, Professor. Make sure you support the elder. He does amazing work, has done amazing work in our community. I want to make sure you support the brother. He recently has gone through a health situation where the brother hasn't worked for a couple of months, and I just want to make sure the family takes care of our elders while they're alive instead of waiting for them to transition and then saying, oh man, I wish I could have did this, I wish I could have did that, and talk good about him. Instead of talking good about him, let's do good by him now instead of talking good about him like how we usually do, and give him his flowers while he's alive. So his cash app is on the screen, $ Dr. James Small. All right, let's get to a couple of questions, Professor.
Yes, sir.
Question. All right. Do you think that a part of our plight is turning our backs on the great black mother? Is that one of the reasons why we fell, Professor?
But I don't believe we've fallen.
Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. That was one of the reasons why we think we've fallen. And see, if you think you've fallen, then you've fallen, even though you're standing upright.
I hear you.
Okay. Now, the great black mother is a symbol, right? When the universe decided, let's look at it now, the totality of everything. I mean, we don't know the beginning or the end of the universe because there can't be a beginning or an end, right? Because if there's a beginning, something was there before to cause it to begin, right? So the concept beginning is throw it out. Doesn't exist. That means the concept ending doesn't exist. Throw those two things out. Your alpha and omega. Throw it in the garbage. It has no place in logic or in common sense. Then we come to the Black mother. If one was to be scientific and logical and reasonable and even theological, when the universe, or what you wish you were calling God, decided to be human, it decided to be a Black woman.
Mm-hmm.
And she creates everything else through her vagina and her relationship with the thing we call God itself. It can't create a man first because he ain't gonna bring no babies through his rectum.
Mm-hmm.
So let's be real. So when the universe, when God, when whatever you want to describe it, when it decided to be human, to have that aspect of itself. See, 'cause I put it simply, we are God having a human experience.
Mm-hmm.
We are an aspect of the divine essence having this experience. The first aspect of the divine essence having the human experience had to have been a Black woman. And she gave birth to the rest of the human being. And if you trace yourself back, if every human being in the world today began to walk backwards in their gene pool, they'll all end up at one woman. And it would be a Black woman. And if that one woman that we all end up in implodes, it would be an aspect of God having an experience to be human again. I hope that makes sense. I try to make it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so the metaphor of the Black mother, you know, because even if you go back to the oldest religious book we know, is the Pyramid Text.
Mm-hmm.
And I've read it, recited it before that first chapter on the Genesis chapter, where Amun says, I create myself out of myself.
Mm-hmm.
I cause existence to exist so that existing might exist. And when I realized that I existed, Ma'at was at my side.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first manifestation of the Black mother he talks about. Then he said, I spat out Shu. Then I coughed up Tefnut. Shu is the masculine. Tefnut is the feminine. And they created Geb. Geb is the masculine, the earth, and Nut is the feminine. And they created Asar. Asar is the masculine, and Aset is the feminine. And they created Nephthys. Nephthys is the feminine, and Set is the masculine. Everything in nature, according to our ancestors, in the oldest written document we have, talks about this. So why am I going to listen to the Abrahamic books when I got a book 40, 50,000 years older than them telling me what's up? But it gets deeper than that. In the end, Amun says, after creating Ptah and Ra and all of these things, Amun says, having created everything that my heart desired, I then expanded in it. Meaning I, the divine creating God, is in everything. That's what our earliest book, that book, if I'm going to be informed and instructed by a book, I'm going to be informed and instructed by my mother and father's book, not by their murderous books.
Right.
And then one more thing Amun says before that dissertation ends. Now he done said, I created myself out of myself, right? And then I created all these things, right? Earth, sky, air, and Ma'at, the feminine principle on truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance was at my side, and I recognized myself to even be. But he closes his dissertation by saying, and I came from my mother, Noon, the Black waters. Now that's my Bible. 30, 40,000 years older than the mother folks' Bible. And once you study my Bible, you see that everything in their Bible was copied from my Bible and plagiarized and recast in another culture at another time. So I don't need to go to a counterfeit when I can go to the original. And then that's not enough, because even when you write things down, you've created a limitation. You can't write down all that is.
Right.
You can't write down all that has happened.
Right.
Impossible.
Right.
And that's why the Africans maintain the oral tradition, which has no boundaries on it. It simply requires memory and practice. right? And monitoring. That's where secret societies come in. So if I was a priest and my job was to recite and remember 1,000 years of history, that's all I have to perfect. Your job as next priest is to recite and remember the next 1,000 years. And the next priest's job is to recite and remember the next 1,000 years. And we can do this in recitation or in drum beats, drum rhythms, or in a flute rhythm. And believe me, the ears of the people can understand the vibrations of the horn. The ears of the people can understand the vibration of the drum, just like you're speaking their language. I've seen it in Twi. I've seen it in Yoruba. But the mystery is giving up the fear of death. Nobody's going to get out of this world without shedding this shell. All the body, nobody. No matter how long you get to live, you can hit 100, become a centurion, and get up there in the 110s and 20s, but you're still going to make the exit out of this cocoon. But the you is not the body. You live in this body because it's necessary. This is like your space uniform, you know, in this environment. But you're going to have to shed this and get another suit. Maybe your grandchild or your great-grandchild. The Yorubas call that alowo. We go and we come. And we go and come from the family we were always born into. You know, the Ebi.
Let me get to this next.
We need to spend a little time studying our own traditions. There's enough literature out here now. For us to pretend we can't find knowledge on Africa, on an African sacred science, we're not telling the truth. But if you want to be in the house of the devil, and you want to behave like the devil, then your consequence would be that of the consequences that befall the devil. You can't complain about nothing. If you made a choice, but you're not making a real choice because ignorance deny you what I know. And so my job is to tell you that ignorance is the greatest enemy you have. Ignorance of who your mother and father was before they were put on the slave ship. Ignorance of who your mother and father was before the Turkish and Arab invasion with their Islam into North Africa and East Africa. Ignorance that existed before the Dutch and the Portuguese and the Spanish and the British and the French and the Germans and the Belgians came. And yet there are people in Africa to this day that don't even know we've had this experience. Because they've never had this experience. And they live in the woods, in the rural areas of Africa. I remember going to one village and they had these beautiful houses with no windows on them.
Right. Wow.
They had little slits in the walls.
Yeah.
And they had windows on the roof. The roof open and they hung out on the roof. And the gates was like, the wall was like 8 to 10 feet tall, but the gate was 2 feet tall.
Right.
So if you had to get in the yard, you had to creep. And that means your hands can go wacko. You know what I'm saying? You weren't getting in that yard because you had to crawl in.
Yeah.
And that's how they protected themselves against the slave catchers. Whole villages built like that.
Wow. Let's get to two more questions.
They didn't know where their people went. Yes, sir. I'm sorry it takes so long.
Two more questions, Professor. Two more questions. This individual, Naomi, I hope I'm Naomi Holtzman wants to know what's the elders' thoughts on reincarnation. Is it possible to get off the wheel of reincarnation?
Who would want to get off the wheel? See, you're bringing assumptions from other people's religious tradition. In the Eastern tradition, especially in India and China, some of those areas, they have this concept of reincarnation, and they come back as all kinds of other things. In the African tradition, reincarnation, you only come back as a human, and you only come back in the family that you were originally manifest in, that you never come out of that Ibi. The first person in your family born 1 million some years ago, that same line keeps repeating itself.
Wow.
And that's the line you will constantly come back in to further yourself. I'm my great, 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 great grandfather. I'm him and grandmother. I'm not something separate from them. I'm them going forward. They were me in a time before this time. I am the same them in this time, and I've taken that aspect of me and created my children, who is me going forward in the next time. So reincarnation, the way we think of it in the West, that you die, then you come back as a bumblebee, a butterfly, or even another human, that's not how the Africans see it. The African sees you as a constant repetition of yourself. So when a baby is born in a Yoruba household, an Akan household, all the elders and the priests and everybody is called to come. And the first 3 days are devoted to one thing. Who is this child? Is it a new body of energy that has arrived? Or is it an old energy? And if it is, who is it? And only then they determine what the name is going to be. And that takes another 4 days to make sure they got it right. And then they bring the baby out and introduce it to the public. And that's called the outdooring.
Wow. Wow.
So we take it seriously that there's no such thing as death. Life never ends. It transforms. You know, like I said earlier, when I eat a tomato, a carrot, a collard greens, a piece of kale, what am I eating? I'm eating the dirt, the minerals that they absorb to create it themselves so that they can be ingested by me to create myself.
Right.
When I eat the beef ate the grass, right? That's all they eat. That big old thing eats grass. He's a vegetarian. But the minerals that he gets from that grass, I then extract from him in the form of a certain type of protein, right? Which energize me to keep this organism going. It's all one thing. I am the cow. I am the collard greens. You know, I'm the kale. I'm the tomato. Take away the kale, the tomato, the collard greens, the beans, the greens, the rice. I don't exist. It's all one thing.
No,
the
definitely.
Manifestations of expressions.
Definitely, Professor. This, and I want to end it with this question. This is a question that I guess got everybody debating, and I know you've talked about this before, but the sister right here, the herbal goddess, wants to know: can you ask Professor Small about us being indigenous to this land? It's a hot topic and on the internet these days.
Yeah, because it's hot topic because people are still ashamed of being Africans. Let me just put that right up front, right out there. We're indigenous to all lands. If you go to Australia and we're there,
everywhere.
You go to New Zealand and we're there. You go to India and we're there. New Caledonia and we're there. You go to Vietnam and we're there. You go to Cambodia and we're there. Why the hell wouldn't we be in North America? What's such a big deal about being in North America? Except that there's so many Africans who feel if I say I was indigenous to this land, I can denounce being African because I don't have the courage to be that again. I don't have the courage to know that or know how to become that again. So tell me, show me any proof of your indigenous to this land. And don't tell me about a couple of little people writing a couple little notes. Because I know I have family who was here before Columbus. I used to attend their graves when I was children. We buried in mounds, big hills, and not holes. Most people can't say that. They don't have the experience I have growing up in the woods side of the river in Acadia. I grew up in an African village, and a native African village. And there's a place just off of my village called Sandy Island. That's in the middle of two rivers, the Walkman PD River, where a bunch of my families are from. But we're everywhere. What is the big deal that we would be from America? Were we not in the Caribbean in every island? So what's the big deal? What is the point of that discussion? The point of that discussion is an African denunciation in the consciousness of those who are too cowardice to realize if you claim Africa, then you got to claim the war that Africa must fight to be free. Freedom is to be shackled to your identity. People don't want to be shackled to an identity that would require them to fight a revolution. And so you should know the name of Sekou Odinga. We buried him last week. I knew Sekou Odinga when he was 18 years old. I knew Sekou Odinga when he was a member of Malcolm X OAAU. I knew Sekou Odinga when he started the Harlem chapter of the Black Panther Party. I knew Sekou Odinga when he founded the Black Liberation Army. I knew Sekou Odinga when he broke Assata Shakur out of prison. I knew Sekou Odinga when they took him away in the 1980s And he spent 33 years in prison on our behalf. 26 of those 32 years he spent in solitary confinement, and they couldn't break him. Because he knew he was an African man. He was the universe. We are the world. I'm not afraid to be the world. I'll be the light-skinned world too, and the brown-skinned world too. Y'all come for me too. Give me India back. Give me New Caledonia back. I want Australia. Give me the Mauritius Island. And yes, give me North America. But because some of us was here before the slave ships come, I'm going to denounce that part of me that came on the slave ship. What is wrong with y'all? We are both. We are everything. We are the world. We are indigenous to every land in the world. And I know I was reading something the other day with some of the Native American brothers were laughing at this and saying we're trying to take the identity. You're an Asian, a 10,000-year-old Johnny come lately. They already built our civilization and they had already fallen before you crossed the Bering Strait. Please, get real. But let's study our history. Let's start brother, what's his name? Imhotep, who passed away. David, his literature. Study Van Sertima's literature. Study the Jewish guy, what's his name, who did a good job. Read Columbus's notes and his diary. Read Columbus's brother's diary. Read Verrazano diaries. And there's a lot of other literature, but don't come up and just say stuff. Find out, how are you indigenous? When did you come here? How did you get here? Where did you come from? You didn't grow up out of the ground. And there's some trying to say that this is the genesis of humanity and not Africa. Stop being silly. This place was under ice for most of its existence. Are you the caveman? And maybe. But we live in the Southern Hemisphere. And part of America, North America, is in the Southern Hemisphere. All of the Caribbean, Central, South America is in the Southern Hemisphere. It's quicker to get from a boat. Me and you can take a rowboat from Ghana and get to the Caribbean in 2 weeks. Today.
Right.
Now, Columbus and them got lost out there fooling around. But with a good motorboat, there's some people willing to pay. Some guys just did it a couple of times 2 years ago. Africans know how to come and go. We've been coming and going all over the world for hundreds of thousands of years. So it's no big deal that we're indigenous to North America. And the reason we're making a big deal, because we're having an argument with the most recent arrivals from Africa. Stop having that foolish argument and try to find out what y'all need to learn from one another so we can survive this world.
Hey, man, I definitely appreciate you coming on the show. Once again, I want to share Professor's Cash App. Make sure you support the elder if you can. $, Dr. James.
They think I'm too
We're
hard.
proud of our sense of community.
I'm kind of sick now. Y'all got to see.
We're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this guy larking. When I fighting like dogs that barking.
I'm up looking south for start recording. Then he said I got to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't show. Triangle you on the floor. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use the fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season.
Talk it out.
Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Live, 246 Bajan Vibes Radio. We've come to the end of our broadcast day for today, Wednesday, the 21st day of February 2024. And I want to wish you all a very pleasant day. I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning. And in the meantime, stay safe and stay good. Peace. Yeah.